Hello, 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 everyone. How are we all doing today? I am back. We are back with some more Final Fantasy XIV, continuing Morrigan's story. I'm gonna turn this lamp on, just for. Ooh, God. Whew. I don't want. That'll work. Still, I'm like super. Yeah, well, it'll work for now. Until it gets a little bit brighter outside. I have the window open because I wanted to let some natural light in, but apparently that wasn't enough. Doing 7th Astral era stuff, continuing A Realm Reborn's post game, starting A Realm Reborn's post game. Yeah, we're gonna run an MSQ roulette to get some poetics, and then we're gonna pick up the Titan, Ifrit, and Garuda hard trials, and the Crystal Tower series. Is the plan for today. HUD layout. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Character config. UI. I already did that. Okay, perfect. So yeah, I guess let's just hop on over to Paladin. And hop into a MSQ roulette. And in the meantime, let's go to Horizon. And if you heard me playing a little bit of the game during my starting soon screen, I was doing the newest Endwalker Beast Tribes quest just real quick. Because I didn't want to forget those for the day. On my level 90 character. My character who's currently in post game. Okay. It'll be this way. I need to go talk to Eorzea. What do you got for me? Primal fear. Friend, to the dawn hear my plea. Tidings most ominous arrive from Gridania. A primal walketh the shroud. Those who have borne the eldritch spirit witness, and return to tell the tale, avow that never before have they seen its like. The god's quiver doth investigate as we speak, and meseems Bo Lord Lewin would welcome a capable adventurer's helping hand. Pray, hie thee to the seat of the first bow, and shine thy light upon the matter. Okay. This also technically kicks off the Odin quest line. But we ain't about that. Not right now, anyway. Alright, to the Archers Guild. So you want to be an archer? Nope. No, I do not. MSQ roulette. What are we getting? I mean, I don't really care. They always give 350 poetics. So, preferably not Praetorium. Oh boy, this load time is very fantastic. Come on. Come on. Okay, good, it's not. Yeah, I'm feeling the lag. Which isn't good to be having happen as a tank. But that's okay. It doesn't seem like super laggy. Moving. Oh, I stood in that one. Whoops. Alright, where are you dropping it? Leveled up. Cool, cool. We are now level 52 and I can do the next class quest. If only I was in Heaven's Ward. Hey, Sogo. Thank you for stopping by for the views. I appreciate it. come here. To knock it off. Got that one. Sorry. That one I have. Shouldn't a shield generator be inside the shield? That is what I think the red mage pointed out. And that would make much more sense, wouldn't it? To have the shield generator be inside the shield instead of outside it. All right. Totally get one more in. Yep. No. Drop the meteor. Let's go. GG, y'all. Yes. I got all 3 player combinations. That makes me feel so good. Because that was not a good starting run. Like, at all. It was rough. Initari, I have heard much of your deeds in recent days. You come to lend your strength to the primal investigation, yes? Your aid is most welcome. I don't think I have to do that quest. I mean, I should pick it up anyway, but I don't think I have to. Search. Okay, well, I actually have to pick up the first quest of postgame. So, we're going to pick up this one too, and I'm going to just lose it somewhere in my journal. I shall proceed directly to the matter at hand. Though still unsubstantiated, ill rumors stir amongst the townspeople of late, rumors of a shadow-clad knight who rides in the shroud. Under normal circumstances, I would pay such idle ghost stories little heed. This time, however, we have reason to suspect, but we have naught to gain by rushing to judgment. I would have you go to the streets, Initari, speak with the people, and hear their words with your own ears. Okay. Let's just go ahead and lock that one. Okay. Ba 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 ba. Hey, look, it's Graha Tala. I mean, if I have to talk to you and you're right here, might as well. The Ghost Knight. Aye, I saw him. Clad from head to toe in armor that seemed forged from shadow itself, galloping through the shroud atop his hellsborn steed. Mark my words, the trees themselves were quivering in fear that night. I've not slept a wink since I returned. What? Yeah, let's go. It actually should be enough to buy a couple things. So the Gridanian Aetherite. Rowena's representative. We'll buy that, and we'll buy that. And now let's equip them. Switch to warrior. Okay. Back to Horizon. Ghost Knight? I think Bridget was saying thank you for reporting for views. And yeah, Bridget, don't you remember Ghost Knight? Odin? You and I did that quest line for you not too long ago, but it was like a month ago. Yeah. Bridget just likes to thank everybody for stopping by for views. She's much better at it than me as the streamer. Well, I mean, when she's in chat, she's much better at it than me. I usually notice like 7 minutes later after the person's left from lurking, and I'm like, oh, yeah, thank you. No, because I remember today specifically thanking you very quickly after your view, Sogo. You can't say you're not special. Look at the little thing next to your name. That is a VIP badge, making you very special. I know you have scarce had a chance to rest, but I am afraid there is still work to do. The ultimate weapon's destruction, 'twould seem, has served to embolden the beastmen, who now seek to call down their gods once more. Even as we speak, the Amalja, the Ixal, and the Kobolds are making preparations for the respective summoning rites. And that is but the half of it. Much to our dismay, all three tribes were somehow able to procure vast quantities of crystals. Oh, my turn to say something. Basically, this means the primals will be stronger than they were before. Far, far stronger. Their previous incarnations will seem as pale imitations. The beast tribes, we believe, began hoarding crystals with a vengeance in the wake of the Ultima Weapon's maiden appearance. You will remember that as the time it devoured 3 primals in one sitting. The Grand Companies are aware of the potential primal outbreak. Alas, due to the losses they incurred to ensure the success of Operation Archon, they are ill-equipped to take any meaningful measures. After deliberation, the leaders concluded that they must needs turn to us once more, to thee. The etheric waves that were observed in Mordona do not appear to bear a connection to any beast tribe. Special enough to get a free Markhor rank run? Oh. Yet much and more still remain beyond our knowing. We must be prepared for all possibilities. I am loath to send you into the midst of danger again so soon, but none have proven themselves more capable against the primals than you. Will you undertake this mission, Morrighan? You have my thanks. I truly do not know what we would do without you. Go ahead, Thancred. With circumstances as they were, I haven't had the chance to properly express my gratitude. I owe you my life, Morrighan. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. A string of failures had left me feeling powerless. I wanted to be stronger that I might do right by my fellow scions. But instead I caused you all no end of grief and suffering. I swear to you it shan't happen again. Little New Gamer Prospect is going really well. She is actually... like with our son, he was a very loud baby and cried about everything in a good way, but it was a lot. The second one has been super chill. She cries when she's hungry, and she cries when she's got a dirty diaper. And that's it. It's crazy how different they are. Like, the one we had, and like, I was kind of expecting things to be similar to how our first one was, where it was just like, this is exhausting, but we can get through it. And it hasn't been. At least for me. Bridget might have a different story. Owing to everyone's ministrations, I am quite recovered now. I hope to return to my duties again soon. Thancred's return marks the beginning of a new chapter for the Scions. Let us renew the fire in our hearts and continue to press ever forward. Now then, back to the matter of the primals. With no fewer than 3 of the beings threatening to appear, it is easy to feel overwhelmed. We must take it one step at a time. Urianger has the overview of the situation as it stands. Please speak with him to receive guidance on your mission. We're gonna ignore you for now, Minfilia. Goes way more calm until adolescence, and then I'm screwed. Yeah. I would be lying if I said I wasn't very nervous about 10 to 13 years from now. Such knowledge as I possess of the beast tribes and their primals is at thy disposal. Whether man or beastman, we are wont to seek power when plunged into the black depths of despair. That despair doth begin with the Amalja, who may have already summoned forth Ifrit. With our comrade Thancred now returned, thou wouldest do well to seek his counsel. Ifrit bleeds, we can kill it. Confirmation has just arrived from the Immortal Flames. 'Tis as Urianger said, I fear. The Amalja have already summoned Ifrit. A confrontation with the Lord of Inferno is inevitable. I would like nothing more than to lend you my blade, but the students of Baldessian insisted that I refrain from taking to the field where it concerns primals. I know not the workings of it, but it would seem that recent events have left me especially susceptible to tempering. You will not spend any more monies in BTS merch in your life? Well, I mean, yeah. As much as I hate missing out on the fun for everybody's sake, I must sit this one out. Instead, I will focus on gathering and analyzing data. Now, the Immortal Flames have already conducted a preliminary investigation into Ifrit. They may well have information that will be of use to you. Do pay a visit to the Hall of Flames and speak with Commander Swift. One last thing before you depart. Doubtless you remember Minfilia's words, but this Ifrit is a far cry from the primal you first defeated. You will want to assemble your most dependable comrades for the mission. Be safe, my friend. Speak with Swift at the Hall of Flames. Yep, let's return to the Steps of Null, then. It's right out here. Commander Swift! Sergeant Initari, we thank you for coming. The Flame General will be heartened to hear that you have answered the call. As we have already relayed to the Waking Sands, Ifrit has returned. For the sake of peace in the region, we humbly request that you vanquish him. The primal is to be found in his domain, the Bowl of Embers. To get there, you must use the Beastman Aetherite found within the depths of Zaharak, the Amalja stronghold. The Amalja have constructed their own Aetherite from salvaged Aetherite shards. This being the case, you should be able to use it without problem. No doubt you already know this from your fellow Scions, but the present incarnation of Ifrit is far stronger than the last. Facing him with any fewer than 7 of your stoutest comrades would be ill-advised. That is all the intelligence we have to share. The rest is in your hands. I shall pray for your victory and safe return. Where am I going? Little Alamigo. My mount can fly no higher? Well, that seems like a lie, because I just did. Ho ho! I never noticed that giant, like, stronghold in the background there. Been playing the game for almost a year. Guess I just never looked up. This way. Ignore the Zaharak Thaumaturge. The Duty Finder has been updated with a new duty. The Bowl of Ember's Heart now accessible. Wait, the durability of one or more of my pieces of gear is exceptionally low. Teleport. There's got to be a Minder in the Forgotten Springs. What gear is low? Oh, like all of my accessories? Okay, delivery Moogle. Hammer, there's a hammer this way. Merchant and Minder. Fix my stuff, please. Repair all. Okay. Now we'll hop in to fight Ifrit. Your mount can fly no higher. Bum 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 bum. Ba da ba da 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 da. Nope. I think I finished up all of my hunting logs, right? Yep, that's done. That's done. That's done. Perfect. And now we wait. I would leave and go somewhere else, but odds are, like, right as we're getting somewhere to pick something up, this quest will pop, and then we'll have to come right back here, because it'll teleport us here at the end of the fight. We could go pick up the next thing from what's his bucket. Stop it. And by what's his bucket I mean not Urianger. It'll be Garuda next? Can't pick it up because I have to have killed Ifrit. Okay. Well, I guess 2 more Dona then we'll try. And we'll try and start the Crystal Tower. We're gonna be like mid-cutscene. Where's the outlandish man? Do I know you? Ah, unless I am very much mistaken, you are the famed adventurer who bested the Garlean Empire's general, are you not? The great Morrighan Initari herself. Amazing! And more than a little serendipitous. One might even call it fate. I but recently received word of a truly unique opportunity, you see. An opportunity the like of which none but one of your proven worth could take advantage. The reward? Not less than the accumulated knowledge of a fallen civilization. The risk? A single misstep could cost you your life. But what is a little danger to a storied hero such as you? A woman with absolute confidence in her own abilities stands to profit handsomely from this venture. No, I crave no recompense for my part in bringing this opportunity to your attention. The historic discoveries you shall make will be reward enough, I assure you. If my words have fanned the flames of your curiosity, then I bid you seek a man by the name of Rambrose at St. Coinac's Find. It is he who stands at the doorway to untold marvels, awaiting the arrival of a champion bold enough to march across the threshold. That couldn't have been more perfectly timed. Come on, healer. It's just Ifrit's re-summoning scene. And they're letting me main tank it. Even though it is but my first time. Oh, I got the nails. GG, y'all. Hey, 3 more player commendations. I'll take that. Boy, do I feel dumb. I thought it was going to take me back there. Well. Let's pop open this here, thing so we can have a better axe than what we currently have. There we go. Alright, well, since I'm here, how much currency do I have? Or how much poetics? Not a lot. What am I? We're gonna follow this quest line until it kicks us out of here. Why, if it isn't Morrighan Initari herself. I was not expecting such a celebrated guest. To what do I owe the honor of this visit? You were directed here, you say, by a man clad in foreign garb. Well, the opportunity he spoke of must surely refer to our latest good God, that's a big word. Anthropogeographical endeavor. Quite how he came to know of it is another matter. All knowledge of this project was supposed to be restricted to my organization. But that is something for me to ponder in private. You are here now, and your services will, I am certain, prove invaluable. I must warn you, however, that the venture we have in mind is no simple excavation. An unprepared or incautious adventurer could very well find herself on an unplanned and unpleasant journey to Thal's solemn halls. Knowing this, do you still wish to lend us your cooperation? Yup, I have to. I rather thought you would say that. Your courage is scarcely a secret. Now the first. Morrighan, I thought it was you. What brings you to St. Coinax? Don't tell me. The Alliance has sent you on another realm-shaking, history-making mission to lay low an apparently insuperable foe, yes? No. I see you two are already acquainted. That is well, Master Garland. Our intrepid hero here caught wind of the forthcoming expedition, and has kindly pledged to assist us. She has she? Glad to have you aboard, Morrighan. You don't have the faintest idea what you volunteered for, do you? Very well, let us begin at the beginning. The sons of St. Coinac are tasked with unearthing the secrets of the long-fallen Allagan Empire, and this present endeavor aims to delve more deeply into the civilization's mysteries than ever before. Ah, but I know that look. In the event that you feel ill-equipped to contribute much on the subject of Allagan archaeology, I invite you to recall your encounter with the Ultima weapon. That mechanical monstrosity represented a feat of engineering far beyond aught Garlemald can presently achieve. Nero Tolskavia simply awoke it. I mention this by way of a reminder that you have had what one might term extensive first-hand experience with a notable Allagan relic. In short, you're practically an archaeologist. Now, to the core of the matter, here in Mordona there stands an entire Allagan structure which we have yet to investigate. I speak, of course, of the Crystal Tower. After witnessing the destructive capabilities of the Ultima weapon and the lesser moon, Dalamud, before it, it seems wise to treat any remnants from that era with the utmost caution. They must be analyzed, monitored, and above all, kept from falling into the wrong hands. To put it plainly, I have no wish to see another megalomaniac legatus wield one of those weapons. It was this thought which first moved me to contact the Sons and propose that the tower be explored. For several millennia, the Crystal Tower remained hidden, buried deep underground, but like so many other things that were better left undisturbed, the structure was freed from its stony prison by the great upheaval which accompanied the coming of the Seventh Umbral Era. It now stands revealed in all of its splendor, a gleaming spear of crystal pointed at the bosom of the heavens. Damn. We believe the tower to be the repository of much of the ancients' wisdom. Unfortunately, its entrance, I just said it like the same way 4 times, is guarded by formidable defenses, and we cannot so much as peep through the keyhole, much less set foot inside. These defenses take the form of statues, carved into the likeness of great swordsmen. The 8 sentinels, as the sons are wont to call them, is the first barrier we must overcome. Why not simply fly over them in an airship, you ask? It's been tried before. Any vessel that ventures too close to the tower is blasted out of the air. We either destroy those statues, or the front door is forever beyond our reach. My colleagues and I are ill suited to negotiating such deadly hazards. Thus, if we are to gain access to the tower's secrets, we must needs employ the services of an experienced adventurer. It will be difficult and dangerous, Morrighan, but I can think of no finer woman for the task. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you had a taste for these deadly escapades. I look forward to working with you again. Mikey sends colors of motivation. Well, tell Mikey I appreciate it. There is much and more to be done before we can begin the expedition proper. Take some time to prepare yourself, and I shall explain the challenges that lie ahead. I am prepared. Our first objective is to reach the entrance to the Crystal Tower. As I previously mentioned, however, that will prove no easy task. The entrance is guarded by powerful defense mechanisms, each utilizing one of the 4 elements of fire, water, wind, or earth. Anyone attempting to simply stroll past these unsleeping sentinels invites swift obliteration. Based on Master Garland's analysis, however, we are reasonably certain that the attacks of these lethal contraptions can be reflected using a crystal of the corresponding element. Naturally, these crystals must be of surpassing clarity, free of the slightest impurities, much like the flawless specimens used by the beastmen in their primal summoning rituals. Mayhap I should have said exactly like the specimens they use. Were there any other way, we would not ask this of you, but we need someone to enter the beast tribe strongholds and liberate their perfect crystals. For the moment, I would have you focus on obtaining 2 of the 4 crystals we require. Pray make for La Nocia, where both the Sapsa spawning grounds and Ugamaro mines are located. You may be certain that the materials used in the Beastman's sacred rituals will be well defended. Whether you choose to venture there alone or with companions, I shall leave to your discretion. But whatever you do, please be careful. Okay. First, however, we're going to make a short detour to Thanalan. Well, we are going to pick up the Garuda Hard Trial. Why am I going this way? It's this way. What am I doing? I know what I am doing. No, I don't. Yes, it's this way. What is the Garuda pun? Or allusion to? In for Garuda Awakening. Ah, Morrighan! I hear you have triumphed over a feat. Of course! This is no less a feat than I would expect of a warrior of light. But well done all the same. Now, I full had a mind to crack open a bottle of 1547 Bacchus. But the celebration must keep. Garuda, I am afraid to say, has also returned. As you well know, Garuda's appetite for destruction far exceeds that of other primals. Not to dishearten you, but in her latest incarnation, that appetite has become nigh insatiable. In the short time since her return, she has already wreaked tremendous havoc. You must send her back to the ether before she can do any more damage. In the meantime, Ida and I will assist the Order of the Twin Adder in their recovery effort. When you previously faced Garuda, 'twas the Enterprise that bore you through the storm that shielded her domain. Well, that storm is as a spring breeze beside what she has raised this time. No airship could hope to penetrate it. And so we must count ourselves fortunate that the Order of the Twin Adder chanced to discover a beastman aetherite leading to the Howling Eye. Before you do aught else, I suggest you pay a visit to the Adder's Nest and have words with Commander Halloy. He will be able to tell you about the said aetherite. Among other things, my brain broke for a second. Make no mistake, the Lady of the Vortex will prove a formidable opponent. But I believe that you can weather the storm. May the 12 keep you safe. To Gridania. Well, we'll talk to Aiden, too. This is for that Men in Black quest or whatever. Yes, I saw the Black Knight, after which I promptly fled for my dear life. Should you end up in my position, you'd be wise to do the same. I have my pride, but I am not fool enough to cast my life away. Besides, one look was enough to know. This is a manifestation of pure evil. Were he to turn that massive sword against Gridania, all of our lances as one could not hope to stand in its way. Ah, Morrighan of the Scions, we are grateful for your aid. As you will already know, the accursed Ixal have summoned Garuda once more. Since her return, she has wasted no time unleashing her fury upon the region. Extensive damage has been reported in both the Twelveswood and Caerthus. She must be stopped, and soon, lest more lives be lost. In the name of the Elder Seedseer, I humbly request you put an end to her reign of terror. As in the past, Garuda keeps her court within the Howling Eye, which is perpetually protected by a raging tempest. Fortunately, we have learned of an alternate way into her domain. The Ixal have constructed an aetherite within Natalan, their stronghold in the central highlands of Caerthus. This aetherite will take you to Garuda's tempestuous realm. We owe this discovery to the Asgardians, who the Elder Seed-Seer says desired to repay the kindness you showed them. For the sake of our people as well as theirs, may your mission be met with success. You got it, buddy. I'll do your job. To Ishgard. There it is. All right. Now let's go collect our crystals while we wait for this quest to pop. Or this trial to pop. Dum 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 da dum. Ba da 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 dum. There's a seagull. Alright, like it's way in the back. Okay. Bum. Bum bum. Ba da da dum. Where is the Sahagin sentry? Come here, Wave Rider. Eat my Ifrit axe. Alright, and then Ugamoro Mines, which will be in Thanalan. No. Camp Bronze Lake. Camp Overlook. Overlook. It's out of Lenosia. Okay. It's this way. Dun, 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 dun. Really, I should have waited to do this one until we fight Titan, because Titan's gonna bring us right back here. But oh well. Oh well. We return to St. Coinac's Find, which means we go to Mordona. Ambrose, how progress your efforts in infiltrating the Beastman strongholds? So these are the famed flawless crystals of the beast tribes. I have seen countless specimens from which I know not how many excavations, but nothing to compare to these. Their purity is astounding. You have done well, Morrighan. With these in our possession, we lack only the crystals of fire and wind. The former lies in Zaharok, the war camp of the Amalja and Thanalin. The latter in Natalin, the roost of the Ixal in the hills of Kerthus. You can expect them to be as closely guarded as the first two, if not more so. Still, I look forward to receiving word of your resounding success. Alright. To southern Thanalin, the Forgotten Springs. They did these in reverse order. They should have had you start with Ifrit, or with the Fire Crystal and the Wind Crystal, so you could more easily and efficiently run them while getting the hard versions of Garuda and Ifrit. But no, they had to do it in reverse. Average wait time of 5 minutes, my ass. We're sitting at 5 minutes and 17 seconds. 20 seconds, 21 seconds. It's okay. Healer queues would be apparently quicker than tank queues, but... Oh, it's down here. Hello. Amalja. You are just an unfortunate casualty, sir. I had no interest in fighting you. Now we gotta go back to Natalan. Camp Dragonhead in Kerthus. Providence Point. That's where they were making heretics, or suspected heretics, jump. And if they turned into dragons, they were a heretic. And if they landed in the floor of the cavern, or of the chasm, and died, whoops. Exali Skycaller. I like your mask, bud. That's cool. Alright. Deliver this to Saint Koinak's Find. Bum ba da bum 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 ba da ba 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 bum ba da ba 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 bum. There we go, the Howling Eye. Come on, DPS and tank. Oh, I thought somebody had dropped out. Come on, DPS and tank. Come on, DPS. Alright, Paladin, I will main tank. I got double cardia'd. They should never have to heal me. I haven't made an adventurer plate yet. Whoops. There we go. GG all! Okay. Morrighan, it is good to see you. Tell me, were you able to obtain the remaining crystals from the Beastmen? Wonderful! With all 4 crystals in hand, we are now ready to proceed to the next stage of our preparations. I hope I did not give you the impression that we would be embarking on our journey to the Crystal Tower just yet. Alas, there is another step which must be completed ere we come to that. While the crystals you acquired are indeed flawless, they are of little use to us in their present form. If they are to reflect the elemental forces of the tower's defenses, they must needs be cut and polished. A process which calls for a very particular set of materials. Procuring them will be a challenge in itself, I fear. Needless to say, we will be requiring your services once again. If the flawless crystals you procured for us are to retain their elemental purity during the shaping process, a very specific set of abrasive substances will be required. Well, I say substances, but one might just as well call them one substance, namely, ether sand. which has 4 elementally aspected varieties. Alas, ether sand is neither common nor cheap. Indeed, it is not unusual for the abrasive to exceed the value of the precious stones it is used to polish. Given the rarity of the materials in question, the Goldsmiths Guild in Ul'dah seemed the likeliest place to purchase the quantity we require. When I contacted the guildmaster, however, I was informed that no ether sand was currently available, though I requested that word be sent as soon as new stock came in. I have yet to receive aught but apologies. I should mention, at this point, that I placed the order some time before you procured the flawless crystals. I am well aware that acquiring ether sand is no small feat, of course, and I am not an impatient man. But I fear the more we delay our investigation, the greater the risk that the tower's secrets may fall into the hands of other, less savory parties. That is why I wish to entrust you with the payment for our purchase, and send you to speak directly with Guildmaster Serendipity. Mayhap the presence of such a distinguished personage will spur the guild into action. In any event, it is my hope that when next we meet, you will have found at least one of the 4 varieties of ether sand we require. Okay. Well, let's return to Ul'dah then. We'll talk to the Goldsmith Guild, and then we'll go pick up the Titanhard trial. Actually, first I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick because I gotta pee. Ethernet. Goldsmith's Guild. Be right back. Alright, we're back. Sorry that took a little longer than planned, but I had to help, I had to make my son a sandwich, and then I had to make a bottle for my daughter real quick to help out Mama. Back to gameplay. Ah, Mistress Initari, welcome, welcome. What brings you here, if I may ask? You're here on behalf of the Sons of Saint Koinak? Oh, what fortunate timing. I was just about to contact Master Rambros with the news that we finally managed to acquire a quantity of fire-aspected ether sand. I'm afraid it may be some time before we can supply the other 3 varieties, but you are welcome to settle accounts for that which we have now. Pray speak with Jamim over the... Ah, I do beg your pardon. It seems she's assisting another customer. Come on, there must be something you can do. Without that sand, we'll have to rethink our whole design. I sympathize with your plight, sir, but as I explained, the ether sand in question is already spoken for. If you'd like to reserve the next shipment, then I would be happy to accept the funds you've offered as partial payment. Partial? Are you saying it's not enough? I'm already stretching our research budget as it is. I suppose a man can do without a midday meal for a year or 2. Morrighan, it's been too long. What brings you here then? Got your eye on something expensive, have you? Well now, that is quite a money pouch. The sound of so many gil clinking together is strangely satisfying, is it not? Calming, and yet invigorating at the same time. Oh no, you're here for the bloomin' ether sand, aren't you? Well, I can't deny the Allegan civilization's a subject worth researching. The chief said he was looking into something big, but we never thought to ask him what. Wedge and I have been too busy tinkering with a new airship design to think of much else, see. Well, I say tinkering. Wrestling would be more like it. Still, after much wringing of hands and gnashing of teeth, we've managed to put together a prototype, crystal-powered propulsion system. We got the idea for it when we heard how you lot had used a corrupted crystal on board the Enterprise, as a matter of fact. Anyway, to cut a long story short, our design calls for all 4 varieties of ether sand. And that's why I can't just relinquish my claim on this batch here, even for you, lass. How are we meant to usher in a brave new age of technological innovation if not by technologically innovating? While I hesitate to interrupt such an impassioned speech, duty compels me to point out that this lady is a representative of the organization that reserved the ether sand in question, to mention nothing of the fact that her purse is considerably larger than yours. Oh, it's like that, is it? Alright, this batch is yours. I'll let you have it. But if you're going to take my sand, it's only fair that you grant me a role in this project of yours. I'll take that as a yes. It's not every day you get a chance to experiment with the wonders of the ancients. With any luck, they'll inspire me to think up another technological innovation or 2. Of course. Oh, speak with Biggs. Now then, from what you've told me, I'm guessing you'll be needing the other 3 varieties of elementally aspected ether sand as well, right? Then rather than sitting on your rump waiting for a shipment that may never come, I reckon your time would be better spent looking for the stuff yourself, and it just so happens I know of a good place to start. There is said to be a peddler in northern Thanalin who very occasionally handles the earth-aspected variety of ether sand. Wedge is in the process of confirming the rumor as we speak. I know what you're thinking. When did my timid little friend decide he didn't need me to hold his hand anymore? The answer being, just the other day. Seems he's been inspired by a certain adventurer's heroic example. I thought he was just joking when he volunteered to go to Thanalin without me. I just hope he manages to stay out of trouble. Head out to Blue Fog and you should find him poking about with his new bodyguard. Oh, did I not mention her? Aye, Wedge thought it might be wise to hire an adventurer to accompany him, just in case your heroic example turned out to be less inspiring than he first thought. Okay. But first, before we go to Northern Thanalin, we're gonna go to Western Thanalin. Also, Bridget, if you are paying attention, yeah, that message you sent did not end up coming through on my side. And I have no idea why. But that one did, so I know that like my chat is at least updating currently. In a Titan spot. So both Ifrit and Garuda are now vanquished by your hands. Truly, you have earned yourself a rest. Would that you had the luxury of time to enjoy it. It pains me to say that Titan is also returned, and with a vengeance. As was the case with his primal brethren, he has grown stronger than he was before. When I went about my investigation, all indications suggested that the kobolds were nowhere near ready to resume their summoning rites. But it turns out they were deceiving us. It would have known better. That would be my guess, Bridget. The kobold's subterranean domain runs deep, and they can easily hoard crystals with our being none the wiser, and a vast hoard it must have been. Till now, Garuda was the most powerful among the three recently active primals, but according to our latest readings, Titan has usurped that honor. A primal's might is determined by two factors, the amount of crystals it has gorged upon, and the fervor of its believers. I would like nothing more than to measure precisely how strong the Lord of Crags has become, but I fear the time for such prudence has run out. We have already received an official request for assistance from the Maelstrom, and as you might expect, it is addressed to you. For your previous encounter with Titan, you traveled to his demesne by way of the Aetherite first discovered by the Company of Heroes. Sad to say, this Aetherite no longer seems to respond. But do not despair, for the Maelstrom has reportedly found another in its place. You will want to speak with Commander Riki at Maelstrom Command for the details. I cannot stress this enough, but Titan has grown fearsome strong. See to it you spare no preparation. No preparation spared. Got it. Teleport to Lemsa Lomensa. The aft castle gets us closest to where we need to go. Ah, Morrighan of the Scions, your presence is most welcome. I'm chagrined that we must turn to you again to lay Titan low. No doubt this is yesterday's news to you, but the Lord of Crags has returned more ferocious and formidable than he was before. We cannot fathom now how the kobolds were able to obtain such vast stores of crystals, and in so short a time. We will learn the answer in the coming moons, I suspect. But first things first. We need you to vanquish Titan before he and the kobolds have a chance to wreak havoc on Limsa Lominsa. You have felled the primal before, and we believe that you can emerge victorious once more. We've learned of a new aetheryte that will take you to the navel. It's situated deep within Ugamoro Mines, not the most convenient of locations admittedly, so you will have to cut yourself a path. Please make all haste. Titan's mere presence emboldens the kobolds, and 'tis only a matter of time before they move in force against us. May the Navigator guide you on your way, Morrighan. Okay. Teleport to Camp Overlook. Can't go that way, gotta go around. Ugamoro Aetheryte. Ran all the way up to me just to turn around and run away. Of course you would. Alright, now it's a blue fog. And once we get to blue fog, we'll pop this trial. Duty finder. The naval hard. Save your greetings. I don't know why. She's not Irish. Hello, Wairuag. I hope I said that somewhat closely to correct. Glad you're able to stop by. Save your greetings. If you're looking for a hired blade, then you'll have to look elsewhere. After the day I've had, the only company I crave... I figured I had completely butchered it. I crave is the squat silent type. The type that has a handle and holds no less than a pint of ale. You wish to hear my tale? I warn you, 'tis no stirring epic. But as you asked, my employer, a Lalafellan lad, wished to pay a visit to a peddler who deals in some manner of special sand. I forget what it was called, but 'tis apparently worth a small fortune. Anyway, when we arrived, the man claimed his stock had been stolen by bandits. Why am I doing the hard trials? Because you have to in order to get past A Realm Reborn. Determined not to return empty-handed, we crept into the bandit stronghold and set about locating the stolen goods. Long story short, alarms were raised, rogues were awoken, and we fled in a blind panic. I was separated from my employer in the confusion, and I've not seen him since. Oh, a friend of yours, is he? Then you'd best be prepared for the worst. 'Tis just possible the poor sod may yet be lost in the old Amagina mithril mine, but I fear the bandits will have caught up with him by now. Go under the door, I guess? You should extremes. Hard isn't actually hard. Yeah. But the hard ones are the only ones allowed, or not the only ones allowed. The hard ones are the ones you have to do for advancing the story. That's not where I want to go. You all are gonna fight me, aren't you? Okay, fine. And I want to get into extremes eventually, but right now I'm just kind of using this character that I made for a story playthrough of the whole thing. I'll get around to him eventually, for sure. No problem. How could I be so stupid, sneaking into a bandit's lair? It's it's just not the sort of thing I do, and now I'm going to die for it. No, I just need to calm down. I can do this. I can be brave. I'm going to stand up and I'm going to walk out of here. Here we go. Yeah, I'm so sorry, I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. I promise I'll leave and never come back. Morrighan, is it really you? But how did you find me? Can you smell fear? Yeah, actually, ignore that smell. I expect you're wondering why I'm here. Well, I was just in the process of retrieving some stolen ether sand which Biggs and I need for our research. As it happens, it was, I concede, perhaps a touch foolish, and very nearly fatal, but I did succeed in snatching the stuff before my bodyguard ran away, and several dozen bandits came piling after me with knives and axes, and what looked very much like a plank with a rusty nail in it. Anyway, the important thing is that the stolen ether sand is right here in my oh, oh dear. It must have fallen out when I was, taking evasive maneuvers. It seems I won't be leaving this infernal place for a while yet. You'll find the ether sand in my stead. Oh, thank the gods, you're a true friend, Morrighan. I hope the search doesn't prove troublesome. The bandits don't seem to care much for visitors. You would. Nope. There we go. One more DPS. Is the limit break gonna go? It did. Choo. Okay. This fate is still going. All right. Morrighan, have you had any luck locating the ether sand? I have indeed. Yes, that's it. I must return to the workshop at once and tell Biggs the wonderful news. What's that? You're also on a mission to collect ether sand, and you're working with the chief. A treasure trove of Allagan knowledge, you say? I see. Then you should really be the one to have this. Biggs and I are far from exhausting all possible avenues of airship innovation, but it sounds as if your problem can't be solved by any other means. This expedition of yours sounds jolly interesting, I must say. I'm half inclined to join you. In fact, I think I will. Any venture worth the chief's time must be worth a look. Right? I'm more than ready to leave this awful place behind, and you should return to Mordona with that ether sand before there are any more, little mishaps. Be sure to keep a close eye on your pockets, Morrighan. Aye. Let us return to Mordona, then. Where we at? Right there. Ah, Morrighan, you have returned. I take from your presence that you were successful in procuring us some ether sand. Tell me, which variety did you find? I see. 2 varieties. Well, that is 2 more than could reasonably be expected, and 2 less than I had hoped you would say. Forgive me my flippancy. You have done well, truly. If all goes to plan, we need no longer fear death by fire or earth. Master Garland, if you would be so kind as to prepare the relevant crystals, I shall set to work immediately. Truth be told, I've been looking forward to this one. One does not encounter materials like these every day. Speaking of which, how in the 7th hells did you find them? Mistake me not, old friend. I know only too well how capable you are, but ether sand isn't something you simply find gathering dust at the back of a merchant's rare gem cabinet. You had help from Biggs and Wedge. Trust them to design a revolutionary new engine the moment I turn my back. How's a genius meant to rest on his laurels when his employees are so damnably inventive, eh? And now they're determined to join us, are they? Typical. I jest, of course. It will be good to have them around. Still, as a matter of professional pride, let's endeavor to procure the 2 remaining varieties of ether sand before they arrive, shall we? Tell me, Rambros, have we any information on where the water and wind aspected types might be hiding? Not as of yet, but I have made certain arrangements. We shall see soon if my efforts have borne fruit. Forgive me for observing, but you seem less than enthusiastic about that prospect. If there's a complication, I'd rather we discuss it now than risk jeopardizing the expedition. Mayhap an explanation is in order, but first let us savor the preliminary victory that Morrighan has won for our cause, if only for a moment. Yes, yes. I must speak of the arrangements I made to acquire the 2 remaining varieties of ether sand. Some days ago, I asked a Chilean acquaintance of mine to travel to Gridania and there gather the necessary materials. Since that time, however, I have heard nary a whisper from him. To be frank, this lack of communication is not entirely uncharacteristic, but I cannot discount the possibility that something ill has befallen the man. Alas, we do not have time to investigate his fate. As I have mentioned before, the more we delay our expedition, the more likely it is that the Crystal Tower's secrets will fall into the wrong hands. Therefore, I would entrust you with the same mission I assigned to my friend. Travel to the Black Shroud and seek out Parsa Montret, the master of the markets in Gridania. If anyone knows where Aether Sand might be bought, it is he. Okay. To Gridania. Okay. Actually, how much currency do we have? 269? I don't even think that's enough to buy, like, one of the accessories. It is not. I need 280. Sounds about right. Okay. We're going to take a short break real quick. I will be right back. Alright, and we are back. Continuing Crystal Tower stuff now. To Parsemont. Yes, I'm sorry. Did you say you wish to purchase ether sand? Forgive me, madam, but have you the faintest idea of the rarity of the material you seek? Why, I have not seen so much as a grain of ether sand in these markets for many a long year. I could tell you where one might find the ore, from which the water-aspected variety of the abrasive is derived, but only a desperate fool would willingly set foot in that place. You seem undeterred. Very well. Are you familiar with Earth's Gift? That is where the ore is to be found, in an area inhabited by a particularly pernicious hog. Should you encounter the betusked nightmare, you will know that you are in the right place, albeit at the wrong time. Farewell. South Shroud. Quarry Mill's closest. There it is. Hulking hog carcass. You are too late, adventurer, and not only for the entertainment. You will find no trace of the ore which but recently lay here. Nay, not so much as a speck. Ah, no, you will never spy me from there. For the time being, at least, you will have to trust the evidence of your ears. Now stop squinting at the foliage and listen. As I told you, the water-blessed mineral you hope to find is gone, taken by me. Victory has made me magnanimous. However, accordingly, I have decided to share the location of an alternative source of ether sand with you, the wind-touched variety to be specific. I trust I have your attention. Good. A band of Ixal in the North Shroud keeps a quantity of the abrasive for the purpose of removing impurities from lesser crystals. Well, do you mean to dally here all day? Make haste, adventurer, before I snatch another prize from under your nose. This is to be a race. The Ixali logging grounds in the North Shroud shall be our destination, and that is where the real amusement will begin. May the best man win. Alright, to the North Shroud, where I will win. I can't allow Graha Tia to win. 'Tis would be foolish. Here it is, way over here. Bravo! Now that was quite a show, adventurer. Why, the spectacle proved so enthralling that all thoughts of Eorzea slipped my mind. I appear to have forfeited our little race. Congratulations! The wind-touched abrasive is yours. And yet, having been treated to such a memorable performance, I cannot help feeling that the greater prize is mine. This inequity must not stand. I insist that you accept a token of my appreciation. Payment for this entertainment will be waiting for you to the east, in a clearing within Proud Creek. Pray retrieve the gift ere it is crushed beneath the iron feet of the Dullahans. Okay. Not what you were expecting. I took the liberty of refining the ore from Earth's gift into ether sand. Do keep it safe, adventurer. Lest you accuse me of playing games, you should know that the thought of relinquishing my prize never once crossed my mind, until I saw you in action. Such deeds must needs be rewarded. It is my vocation, you see, to record history as it is made by mortal men, and I much prefer to chronicle the accomplishments of the bold and the mighty. Thus, it is my fervent wish that you continue your career with the same courage and zeal you have shown today. We shall meet again, adventurer, and sooner than you may imagine. Let's go. Rambros. What news of your mission? Are we any closer to acquiring the remaining abrasives? You've brought both! I shall have Master Garland begin work on the crystals immediately. There, that should do the trick. Excellent work. We now possess all 4 of the fangs required to pierce the Crystal Tower's defenses. My compliments, Master Garland. Oh, it was a trifling matter, I assure you. Morrighan here is the one you should be thanking. Anyway, by my reckoning, there's nothing stopping us from striding up to the Allagans' front door. You can't go without us, Chief. Biggs! Wedge! Come to lend a hand, have you? Well, it's not every day you get the chance to study the wonders of the Allagan Empire, is it? Their technology makes Gylamods look ancient. I appreciate your enthusiasm, lads, I really do. But we're not here to take this knowledge for ourselves. Twice in the last decade, the promise of unimaginable power has prompted men to meddle with technology they do not understand, and the realm has been dragged unto the very brink of oblivion on both occasions. We shall not be so irresponsible as to risk another. Wedge, do you recall our company's creed? Yes, Chief. It's, freedom through technology. Exactly. Freedom. When we forsook our homeland, we swore that we would have no truck with machines that should be used to promote tyranny. That has not changed. Should you feel tempted to break your oath, remember this. The wonders of the all-knowing Allagan Empire could not save their civilization, and have damn near doomed ours, twice. That is why we must explore the Crystal Tower, and if needs be, seal away its secrets. A compelling viewpoint. It is unyielding wills such as yours that have defined the course of history. So you return at last. What, pray tell, has kept you so wholly preoccupied that you could not spare a moment to inform me of your progress or preservation? Why, the task you assigned to me, of course. Surely you have not forgotten about the ether sand. I tasked a passing adventurer with delivering it, a more capable courier than I could not imagine. Greetings, adventurer. Did I not say we would meet again? I believe an introduction is in order. I am Grahatia, one of the students of Baldessian. I look forward to joining you on your groundbreaking expedition. Grahatia has been assigned to the project as an observer. I hope you will forgive him his eccentricities, and welcome him as one of our own. So then, our fellowship is complete, and all stand ready to step unto the unknown. 3 cheers for Noah! Noah? That is the name I have chosen for our little collective. Given our differing backgrounds, we cannot very well call ourselves the Sons of Saint Koinok, can we? And we must have a memorable appellation if our venture is to leave its mark in the annals of history. I could claim that Noah stands for Nominated Observers of Artifacts Historical, and so it does, technically. But my true reason for choosing this name stems from the fact that it is shared by a vaunted Allagan Archmagus. An Archmagus? I like the sounds of that! Very well. Now that the pressing matter of what to call ourselves has been settled, it is time we set forth to brave the outer defenses of the Crystal Tower. Is everyone ready to depart? Ready! About as ready as we're gonna be. Graha, Labyrinth of the Ancients. Esteemed colleagues, the secrets of ancient Allag beckon. Let's not keep them waiting any longer. Adventurer, you and I will join the engineers at the Crystal Tower's main gateway, where we will endeavor to neutralize the structure's outer defenses. Rambros, meanwhile, will remain here and oversee the operation. Given my knowledge of Allagan history, it seems logical that I should lead the expedition itself, though I admit the role does not exactly befit my status as an observer. Still, we can but make use of the resources at hand. Assuming all are in agreement, let us proceed forthwith to the large lopsided gate found to the southeast. Large lopsided gate? Whatever could he mean? Ah, 'tis but this one over here. Is the gate really lopsided? Holy crap, it is. Can I target it, please? I don't want to aggro the other one. It's aggro. I should have known that was a foolish request. crystal tower lies beyond this portal. Now comes the interesting part. Sid, you are the only one of our number who has ever crossed this threshold. I ask that you take the lead for the present. Seems like a fair ask. Bum, 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 bum. Dun, da, 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 da. I say, the energy radiating from these statues is palpable. Lucky for us, that is. One might otherwise stroll past them. Feast your eyes on the elemental defenses which prompted our lengthy preparations. These sentinels prevent would-be intruders from advancing to within 20 yalms of the tower's inner reaches. No matter how swift they may be. Happily, the crystal fangs we took such pains to craft should spare us the inconvenience of instantaneous annihilation. Here, allow me to demonstrate. Sid, you are a brave man. Chief, it's too dangerous to allow anyone else to risk his life testing one? Quite right. I made the damn things. It's my job to see that they work. And work they do. Bum, 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 bum. Success! I, for one, am convinced. Friends, ready your fangs. I really feel like you would want to put, like, Fang first, not your hand. But what do I know? This last one is yours, old friend. It seemed only right. Crash and crumble. Haha, we did it! So much for the outer defenses. Indeed, the entrance to the tower is near at hand. My blood fairly sings with anticipation. Speaking of blood, I have a proposal for the next stage of the expedition. I suggest we wait here while Morrighan and a hand-picked party of her adventuring companions enter the tower. What? Without us? I thought we came here to survey the entire structure. We did, and we will, but our investigations must proceed at a more measured pace. If the outside of the place is this well defended, can you imagine what awaits us on the inside? Only a true hero could reasonably hope to brave the hazards ahead and live to tell the tale. Morrighan here fits that description better than anyone I know. And it is not as if we shall be idle in her absence. While Morrighan and her companions are risking life and limb to beat us a path to the tower, we can set about analyzing this rubble for evidence of how its technologies function. Your knowledge of ancient lore will be an invaluable asset to the endeavor. Historian Graha. Ah, do you ever tire of being right, old man? Morrighan, as it seems I won't be accompanying you, allow me at least to provide some instruction. The maze that surrounds the base of the tower is known as the Labyrinth of the Ancients. During this initial foray, I suggest you concentrate on ridding the place of hostile elements. When you are reasonably certain the maze is secure, contact me via link shell and we shall join you post-haste, no matter what Master Garland says. Though we would prefer it if any relics you encounter remained intact, you have leave to do whatever is necessary to secure ingress to the upper levels of the tower. Fortune go with you, Morrighan. Boom! Well, let's do this. We could try and get the start like the actual in-game stuff and go and talk to Minfilia, but I feel like we're gonna always end up like mid cutscene, and then it's gonna pop. Because that's just how my luck usually goes. It's gonna run back and forth. Back and forth. How many tombstones? 100. And I think we get a bonus of 50 because I'm the first time runner. How close are we to... We gotta just raise our item level by 5 for the final one. Come on. We can totally jump on top of that one. There we go. And whoops. Nope, stop it. There we go. Okay. Just a second. Okay. Oh, come on. I do know where there is a side quest that I can pick up to run off stream. So since this is apparently taking a while, we'll do that. Stop it. What is the weird weather here? Gloom is what this weather is called. Lovely. Everybody's sad. I thought it might have been like one of the umbral storms or astral storms or whatever. Alright, you're the one that has the quest for me. Not easy being green. Speak with the blundering treasure hunter in Camp Bronze Lake. That is Lanosia. That person had the new bike from Island Sanctuary stuff. I'm not going that far. Why did I hop on my bike? Boom. Okay. Yeah, let's go. Let's try picking up the first quest for starting post game, since it hasn't popped yet anyway. Bounce. Although I'm telling you, I know we're gonna get mid cutscene, and it's gonna do the thing. Morrighan, it pleases me to see you well. Do excuse me for interrupting, Morrighan. My lady, the gentleman from Ashgana Exports has just left. I understand now why you didn't want to receive him. You did well, Tataru. Please inform the guards that we will not be receiving any further guests this afternoon. Thank you, my lady. Ever since we defeated Gaius Van Baelsar and destroyed his ultimate weapon, the eyes of the world have followed our every move, scarce remembering to blink. Where once we worked in secret, with precious few friends and all too many enemies, we are now besieged by benefactors, each one more eager than the last to offer us his complete support. A true embarrassment of riches. Of course, every promise of patronage comes with a price. Some make their intentions known from the start, while others endeavor to engage us more subtly. Dress it how they will, the message is ever the same. We shall help you, but only if you help us. The gentleman Tataru spoken of was more brazen than most. In exchange for certain supplies, he would have us resolve a business dispute. Naturally, I refused him, as I have every other merchant of his ilk. Alas, the syndicate's overtures are not so easily rejected. When we formed the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, it was with the goal of serving Eorzea, not the interest of individual Eorzeans. Our neutrality is fundamental to our cause. In my heart, I know this to be true, and yet if accepting these offers of patronage could empower us to do greater good, might they not warrant greater consideration? Our Baldessian colleagues have been generous beyond measure, but we cannot expect them to. Forgive me, I did not mean to burden you so. Yet my urge to share this dilemma may not be wholly misguided. Might I impose upon you to consult the others? They are like to have their own opinions on this matter. Okay, so it didn't happen mid-cutscene like I thought it was going to. Gotta speak with all of them. Okay. Fortune begets power, and power fortune. That we, and especially you, have power is beyond doubt. The question is what to do with it. You may be interested to know that there is a growing belief amongst the refugees that Alamigo could be liberated, if only the Scions would commit their strength to the cause. Yet theirs is but one of many causes. We stand at crossroads, Morrighan. Each path is paved with good intentions, but where they lead is far from clear. Recall you our meeting with the Admiral, shortly after the Lomenzin sent word of the summoning of Titan. Then mayhap you also recall my words to our host. I said unto Melweb that her people had broken their treaty with the kobolds, and that the beastmen had justly responded. That we had been called to intervene in a conflict which she herself had invited. I spoke, in short, the truth. And wherefore did I speak it? Because owing no allegiance to Limsa, I felt no compulsion to allow the Lomensins to distort their facts to fit a narrative which justified their actions and absolved them of guilt. Upon this subject, Minfilia can expect a similar reply. Our many dalliances with the city-state have already weakened our claim to neutrality, but the path she contemplates would see us relinquish it entirely. Well, I've been receiving a lot of gifts lately, but Papalimo keeps making me send them back. It wouldn't be so bad, but some of them are really nice. I mean, very nearly abandon your principles nice, you know? None can deny that we would benefit from more support, but if it comes at the cost of our principles, neutrality was ever a delicate matter. I've lost count of the times I've had to explain to people that our allegiances need not necessarily lie in the same place as our headquarters. Mind you, if we are to sell our services for Gil, we might as well declare our fealty to Ul'dah now, and have done with it. I'm quite sure Ida would enjoy the bribes. 'Tis the lot of a powerful to attract the covetous as well as the needy. Thus doth prudence dictate that those with power proffer aid with one hand whilst the other resteth ever on their hilt. Alas, we have not the luxury of time to decipher our petitioners' machinations, nay, not while the beast tribes do labor unseen, defiant in defeat, to raise up their fallen primals once more. Doubt not that they shall return, stronger and bolder both, nor that we shall be the ones to meet them. This sacred charge shall ever be ours. 'Tis but a pity we are so few, and our fortunes so finite. Oh, now we speak with Alfino. It's going to be while we're turning this quest in that the thing is going to pop. This situation is not wholly unexpected. I too have much given thought to our organization's future, though it would seem I have reached a different conclusion. Mayhap it is time I made my feelings known to the antecedent. Come along, Morrighan. Alphino! Morrighan! Is aught amiss? You desired counsel, and so you shall have it. Minfilia, the scions of the seventh dawn, must leave Ul'dah. We must do what? So long as we remain within Ul'dah territory, we will never be free to act with impunity. Moving our headquarters to Vesper Bay only delayed the inevitable. We have demonstrated our capabilities, and the Syndicate has taken note. They will not suffer our organization to remain independent now. We are far too dangerous for that. Surely you realize they are the reason Vesper Bay still lacks an Aetherite. They know full well how beneficial one would be to our cause, which is why it and other favors will be denied us unless we cooperate. If Ul'dah is no longer suitable, where would you have us go? Experience has taught us that the appearance of neutrality is as important as the reality. Accordingly, we must keep each of the great nations at arm's length, and plant our banner in a place which all agree to be beyond their borders. Mordona. Revenant's Toll, to be precise. It lies within neutral territory and offers all the essential facilities we require. By way of an additional benefit, it is also frequented by a veritable legion of adventurers who may serve to supplement our ranks. I am, of course, conscious of the fact that we have developed a certain bond with Ul'dah and her people over the years. But I truly believe this to be the best course of action. As you yourself observed, we have invaluable ties to the local community, forged through the years of concerted effort. Ul'dah is our home, Alphino. To cast aside everything we have built and start anew in that desolate wasteland would be beyond reckless. The decision is yours to make, Antecedent. I ask only that you recall the shared purpose which first moved us to found the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and which moved you to found the Path of the 12 ere that. We aspire to an ideal, you and I, just as my grandfather did. That makes us more than mere comrades in arms. You are as much your family, we are as much your family as... That will be all, Alphino. Now we gotta do the light still, dang it. I am sure you have some familial affairs of your own to attend to. Your concern is most generous, but no, I have left them in the hands of men better suited to the task than I. I could not very well allow my personal affairs to come before the needs of the Order, after all. Okay. Alphino did not found the Scions, you are correct, Bridget. Okay, let's go like this. Place in armory chest. Let's also switch over to Paladin real quick, just so we can get Paladin gear. Up to stuff. Now back to Warrior. Leave Ul'dah? Has it truly come to this? Oh, Morrighan, pray attend to Alphino. He is engaged in some business or other and requires your assistance. Pray be on your way. Alphino awaits upon you. and I have much to think about. Oh, and tell him he shall have my answer in due time. One of the reasons you didn't like him when you first met him was because he acted like he owned everything. That's fair. And I mean, during some of your end quests in A Realm Reborn, he tells the people from the Goldsmiths Guild that you are his servant. Confound it. She knows what must be done, and still she hesitates. All because of these fanciful rumors. I should explain. Minfilia's mother, well, adoptive mother, was among the great many who perished during the calamity. Lahamine was her name, though you may know her better as the songstress of Ul'dah. She was a performer of singular talent, and much beloved by the people of Eorzea, not to mention a certain Charlean minstrel. As you may imagine, the news of her passing was greeted with shock and disbelief by her adoring followers, many of whom refused to acknowledge what had happened. Then her body was never found only served to encourage speculation. Minfilia, too, struggled at first to accept the truth, but as Flamin's absence stretched from months into years, she saw that there could be no other explanation. Until recently, at any rate. For whatever reason, rumors have once again begun to circulate that Flamin is alive and well. One of our informants, Father Eliud, has sent word that a woman matching the songstress description has been seen of late at the seaside resort of Costa del Sol. If we could succeed in tracking her down, I have no doubt that any worries that now plague Minfilia's heart might be assuaged. I mean to set forth for La Nocia at once. Let us reconvene there and inquire with Master Gegaruju as to the veracity of these rumors. You never thought this was the reason why Minfilia hesitated? Bridget, did you not pay attention when you were running through this the first time? To Costa del Sol. It was a less than 5-minute average wait time for a queue, and now we're sitting at 21 minutes. I'm a tank. But usually... the Alliance raids need DPS. When you look into the... I have never been up here before. And there's no reason, I just had never noticed it until right then. Oh. Look at that. It's about time. You did somewhat pay attention? Okay. Okay. Oh, come on. Alright. Come on, DPSs. I want to get these done today. Tower. Crystal... Oh god. Crystal Tower. Labyrinth of the Ancients. Okay, we are Alliance B. And we're going to get 50 Tombstones of Poetic extra. Hey! Oh, whoops. Hey, the Pools of Folly is no longer sealed. Bridget, I didn't know your character had pools. Folly's influence reaches far and wide. That it does. Come here. I lost my main tank privileges, apparently. I just tried to stun it for no reason, other than I just felt like it was a good idea. I am Alliance B. So we're going to go down the middle. Why are you... Ah, this one, where only certain alliances can fight at the same time, or at the time. That's right, you give me the aggro on this thing. Because it's my people's turn. Alliance A had 2 people just drop out and they haven't refilled yet. Huh. Do they still have their tank at least? Yes. But they're down a healer and they're down a DPS. This is the only alliance raid I've tanked before. Well, the only one of the Crystal Tower that I've tanked before. Did nobody pick up the Iron Giant? Interesting. Come here. Boss. You're on me. Let's go. Come on. Don't greet it. Don't greet it. Come on. Everyone to your button. Come on, Phlegathon. Over here. better than what I already have. Ho there, Morrighan. Very impressive, I must say. Your name shall be writ large in the volumes that are sure to be penned on this historic expedition. The scale of this structure defies comprehension. Someone plainly thought bigger was better. According to the findings of my Valdesian colleagues, the Crystal Tower was constructed to collect and store the endless energies of the sun, a characteristically ambitious undertaking. Now, what of the tower's inner defenses? Judging by your haggard expression, clearing out the labyrinth was no small feat. A giant of a man wielding a shimmering scimitar, you say? Yes, that will have been Phlegethon, not Archeron. Phlegethon. He was a hero of the Allegan Revolution. And you gleaned that from what exactly? His choice of weapon? Well, I am a historian, and I have certain, shall we say, affinity for the lore of the Allegan Empire. And to think you found G'raha to be an annoying pest when I first started the Crystal Tower series. I have no idea what you could possibly be referring to, Bridget, because this is still in 1.0 or 2.0. Well, 2.1. So, watch yourself. I do know what you're talking about, but other people in chat might not. It is, of course, all knowledge gleaned from rusty scrolls and tomes. The ancient texts claim that this Crystal Tower is defended by the champions of Eld, resurrected and augmented through the Allegans' extraordinary technology. Chief, you need to see this. Well, there it is. The foot of the tower. What surprises do you have in store for us, I wonder? I can't tell you how glad I am to have you with us on this little jaunt, old friend. Had you not beaten a path through that maze, I very much doubt we'd be standing here now. Well, we have much to discuss and digest. Let us retire to St. Koinak's Find for the present, and there plan our next step, lest there be any doubt our expedition has some way to go yet. You grew to like him near the end of it? That's fair, that's fair. Do not return. Get on your bike. After we turn this quest in, before we start the next one, I am going to need to go use the potty, because I have drinking a ton of water. I wish you could run the tower or a small version of it with these characters. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they rework this set of raids into something that could be like done with the duty support system like they have been. Because a lot of people bitch and complain about how these are the only raids I get when I run the Alliance Raid Roulette. And I just hate it. And I'm like, alright, well then don't run the Alliance Raid Roulette. So good of you to join us, Morrighan. Our meeting would be dull indeed without a full account of your experiences in the labyrinth. And I think it would be like it would be changed up sort of like how they changed some of the other dungeons and stuff, because they are required now for MSQ content, so I wouldn't be surprised. Take a moment to collect yourself, and when you are ready, we shall debate how best to proceed. Okay, yeah, before we start this next one, I am going to go potty, so I will be right back. All right, we are back. Graha, what do you got for me? The Fellowship of Noah being accounted for, it is time this assembly was called to order. Rambros will be presiding over the meeting. If you would be so kind as to inform him of your readiness to proceed. Welcome back, Morrighan. I have just been reading about your encounter in the Labyrinth of the Ancients. It pleases me greatly to note that you seem none the worse for the experience. For your reference, I have added my own notes to Graha's preliminary expedition report, and begun compiling a Crystal Tower survey log. The information contained therein will be available to you at all times. Should you have any questions, you need only ask. Now, if there are no objections, I shall begin with a summary of the expedition's key accomplishments. In the course of this, our first foray into the grounds of the Crystal Tower, we succeeded in neutralizing the structure's outer defenses, before proceeding to secure the maze surrounding the base of the spire. According to Morrighan's account, the labyrinth defenses were most emphatically active. Disturbingly, her report also mentions a violent encounter with a sentry heavily augmented by Allagan technology. In short, our misgivings were well founded. The Crystal Tower was not simply thrust above the ground by the chaotic shifting of Earth. It has somehow been reawoken. If, as seems increasingly likely, the tower's secrets should prove too dangerous to share with the world, we will have no choice but to contain them. Short of leveling the place, this will almost certainly involve returning its mechanisms to a state of dormancy. To do that, however, we will first need to address the question of how they work, the answer to which must surely be waiting for us inside the tower itself. In conclusion, that is where we must go. A task rather easier said than done, if the perils of the labyrinth are any indication. Then I move that all further exploration of the tower be delayed until such time as an exhaustive analysis of the structure's defenses has been completed. Master Garland, may I entrust this task to you? It would be my pleasure. Don't forget about us! It's like you said, Chief. We founded the Ironworks to make sure that technology was used for the right reasons. And that means making sure it's not used for the wrong ones. We wouldn't be doing our jobs if we didn't see this through to the end. Lads, well, I hope you're ready for some back-breaking chores. Well, everything seems to be in hand here, so I shall take my leave of you for the present. If I am to witness this valiant tale unfold with mine own eyes, I must needs hone my martial skills ere we ascend the spire. You'll do nothing of the sort, Graha. Your knowledge may prove useful to Master Garland's investigation. As an observer, I am not, strictly speaking, subject to your authority. Pray do not mistake my intent, Morrighan. I am well aware that I shall never be a match for one with your innate talents, however hard I train. Be that as it may, pray do not allow your skills to rust from disuse during the coming pause. We will need you fighting fit if our subsequent forays are to prove as productive as this one. Mark me, we have not yet caught more than the briefest glimpse of that which time has obscured. Soon, however, we shall cast off the veil and gaze upon the glory of the Allagan Empire. And with that encouraging thought in mind, it is time we bring this assembly to a close. Let us all focus on the tasks at hand, that our next expedition may begin all the sooner. Meeting adjourned. Outlandish man? Who could you possibly be? You definitely don't look like someone I ran a dungeon and thought I had beat up earlier. Such a terrible mess. Yet it does leave the door wide open, so to speak. One cannot help but be impressed. I'm beginning to understand the reliance you place on adventurers, old friend. So, this is the legacy the Allagan Empire left behind. If my readings are correct, the energy source waiting atop the tower is a match for even the Ultima weapon. Nay, more than a match. A new toy for me to play with. Bum bum bum! I believed the fates had conspired to deny me my just rewards once again, but it would seem they had a greater destiny in mind for me. And so long as my ambition burns, I shall strive to seize it. The dream lives on, Cid. Do not disappoint me. Bum 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 bum! Bum 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 bum! Bum 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 bum! Rambros. We're on to the circus tower. Ah, 'tis you, my friend. You are doubtless eager to hear of our progress on the Crystal Tower. Excellent. I'd be disappointed to hear otherwise. Of course, disappointed is the word of the day, I fear. I'm ashamed to say that there is nothing worthwhile to report. The suns continue to probe the labyrinth of the ancients, and every day brings new discoveries. Alas, the same cannot be said of the Crystal Tower proper. We've not been able to set so much as a single foot inside it. You will recall how the 8 sentinels stood between us and the labyrinth initially. In like manner, the entryway into the principal spire, Circus Tower, the Allagans called it, is also protected by technology far more advanced than our own. Cid and I have tried every trick we know, but without success. Frankly speaking, we are at a loss. It is discouraging, but we cannot give up. There must be a way in. And so the situation stands, my friend. Until we gain entry into the tower, I fear your talents shan't avail us. It will require time that I am loath to waste, but I have a mind to set my people to scouring such ancient texts as we have on hand. Perhaps we can be of assistance. And you are... Be at ease, friends, for we share the self-same goal. I am Unai, and my companion is called Doga. We are scholars of the Allagan civilization, sent by the students of Baldessian to assist in your endeavor. Unai and Doga. Rather unusual names for this day and age. If I might be forgiven for observing, but I digress. You claim to be here at the student's behest, but we have received in nary a word of your coming. I am sure you'll not take it amiss if we seem somewhat doubtful. We can only assume that the message failed to reach you due to some mishap. I assure you that we are here to help. What is it, Graha? Ugh. 'Tis nothing. There was a pain, but it has subsided. Well, well, this is rather unexpected. Your right eye is the same as ours. The same? You have the Allagan eye as well. This sanguine hue is said to be a trait unique to the Allagans, yet I inherited it from my father, as he did from his. Only one child in a single generation is born with the eye. All my life I have sought to learn the truth of its manifestation. If there is aught you know, I implore you to tell me. My deepest apologies, but we have no answers for you. Only one thing is certain. Those who possess the trait are bound by fate to Allag. As your eye has placed you upon the path you walk, so too have we come here to fulfill our destiny. Absurd though it may sound, it is the truth. It seems to me we have naught to lose by accepting their aid. What say you? If that is your wish, then so be it. Yet I know that I still mean to verify your story with the students of Baldessian when I am able. I trust there will be no objections. Very well. As of this moment, I name Unai and Doga advisory members of Noah. Without further ado, let us have them examine the Circus Tower entrance. I promise you'll not have cause to regret your decision. Morrighan, I should be much obliged if you were to accompany our new friends to the tower. Biggs and Wedge are presently surveying the 8 sentinels. The 2 of them can show you the way. Upon arrival, pray report to Master Garland. He will brief you on the situation. I shall join you, Morrighan. With Unai and Doga's knowledge, along with your uncanny knack for setting events in motion, I am hopeful that we will finally see progress. Bomb, 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 bomb. Fly. I'm pissing off everything. Whoops. Oh, that's right, you can't fly here. Every time I get on my vehicle here, and I jump, and I expect to take off, and then you don't. Biggs, what say you, Biggs? Well, if it isn't Morrighan, eager to enter Circus Tower and kill everything in sight, no doubt. As I'm sure you've already heard, though, the place is locked up tight as a clam. New friends from the students, you say? Excellent! It's been slow going, or rather no going, for the chief. He'll appreciate the help. If you'll just follow me, I'll take you to him. Big doors. Big doors. Ah, some old faces to lift the spirit, and a couple of new ones besides. Allow me to introduce Unai and Doga. They are scholars of ancient Alec, sent here by our friends of Baldessian to aid in the investigation. We understand you're having trouble circumventing the tower's defenses. 'Tis our hope that we can be of some small assistance. If your attire is aught to go by, your assistance should prove invaluable indeed. To begin with, let me tell you where we stand. Beyond rises Circus Tower, the principal spire for the structure collectively known as the Crystal Tower. The only way to get inside is through the proverbial front door, the imposing gates you see here. The problem is we can't get it to open. It's sealed by some mechanism whose workings are an utter mystery to us. Having had no success via more orthodox methods, I went at it with everything from a pickaxe to a Magitech cannon. Nothing so much as put a scratch on it. For a blessing, the gate doesn't try to reduce us to ashes like the 8 sentinels, but that doesn't make it any less effective a security measure. It's fiendishly frustrating in its simplicity. The only clue we have is the elaborate device carved upon it, a man and a woman respectant, Allegan royalty by my judgment. Precisely who these individuals were we cannot say, nor do we know whether the device actually serves a purpose. Like as not, it is purely decorative. If you're thinking to force it, save your strength. It's no use. Just ask the calluses on my hand. Rest assured, we do not mean to waste our strength. Indeed. We should exert ourselves when the gate will open. Why should we exert ourselves when the gate will open of its own accord? What? I don't think any of us expected that to happen. 7 hells, what is this? What did you do? What are you? Piercing the heavens and gathering the light, a symbol of mankind's glory and might. Its virtue guarded by gates impregnable, only to those of royal blood answerable. Exactly as passed down through legend, I am delighted to see. Beg pardons for interrupting your bewilderment. I couldn't help but notice the remarkable playthings you have acquired. Nero, you're still alive. Garland, if I didn't know better, I would say you weren't happy to see me. Ah, but I jest. In light of our recent meetings, you have every right to be wary. But rest assured I am no longer a threat to you. My legion is for all intents and purposes defunct, and may association with it mean And my association with it means a tight noose awaits me back in Garlemald, and so I've been roaming this land Eorzea, a regular itinerant. In the course of my wanderings, I chanced to catch wind of your latest venture. It sounded positively fascinating, and so I decided to come here and join you. After the wrongs you've committed, you think us that gullible? If you are suspicious of my intent, 'tis only my just deserts, but I am determined to make amends. As a gesture of goodwill, I will share with you what I know, starting with these two odd creatures. Characters, not creatures, whoops. As you are doubtless already aware, the Crystal Tower was the symbol of ancient Allag's might and prosperity. Entry was permitted only to royalty and a select few individuals. According to the records I have unearthed, only royal blood can open the gate. In other words, the Emperor and his progeny were living keys. You mean to say that these two are descended from Allagan royalty? Oh, I suggest nothing so glamorous. To put it plain, they are imitations of royalty, living keys born of Allagan ingenuity. Clones, I believe, is the name your creators gave you, your kind. Is that not so? 'Twould seem that the time for concealment is past. Pray accept our apologies. 'Twas not our intent to deceive. We simply wished to avoid causing undue alarm by prematurely making what many would consider deranged claims. If it please you, let us return to the 8 Sentinels. There is much and more to tell. Very well. Seven hells! Do you seriously mean to follow us around? Come, Garland, you know me better than to think that I spoke in jest. What more will it take for us to be reconciled? A gift, perhaps? An Allagan tombstone. It holds the information I just shared with you, and a deal more besides. It used to be the jealously guarded property of the 14th Legion, but it's yours now. I wish you joy of it. I look forward to working together, old friend. Okay, I know we've been taking a lot of breaks, but we're going to take another short break real quick. I'll be right back. And we're back. I should have clicked back over to this screen so you all can still have the music going. If you are ready to listen, we shall tell you all. As it pertains closely to your investigation, your leader, Rambros, may wish to be present. Before we begin, pray allow me to apologize again. It was not our intent to deceive you. As you will have already gathered, we are not scholars sent by the students of Baldessian. Nay, we are clones, copies of people who once existed, given life through Allegan technology. This is rather a lot to take in. If it would not be considered unseemly, might I ask why you and yours were created, and more specifically, what is it that you now seek to do? Answering your questions requires that we revisit Allegan history. Pray bear with us. The Allegan Empire reached its zenith long before our kind came into being. In that glorious age, the Crystal Tower stood tall as the symbol of Allegan pride. Parents took their children there, that they might learn how the nigh limitless energy it produced brought prosperity to the whole empire. That prosperity, however, bred decadence, and the empire began to show signs of stagnation. This decline was made all the more rapid for want of strong leadership. In a matter of generations, the Allegan civilization became a pale shadow of its former self. Its once gleaming cities fell into disrepair, and its frontier lands were given over to the wilderness. Lamenting the pitiful state of affairs, one technologist made it his mission to restore Alleg to greatness. Amon was his name, and he believed that the ailing empire wanted for but a potent ruler, and none was more potent than its founding father, whom he sought to resurrect. The founding father? You cannot mean Emperor Zandi. None other. As part of his experiments, Amon created clones of the Emperor's descendants. We are the products of that experiment, copies of Unai and Doga. Historical texts mention the reigns of two Allegan emperors named Zandi. It was commonly believed that the second was the namesake of the first. After all, such a custom is not uncommon among royalty and commoners alike. To think that the two were in fact one and the same. Zandi returned from the grave and assumed his throne once more. And true to Amon's prediction, the Emperor restored his realm to the glory it once knew. Would that he could have been satisfied with that. In his previous life, the Emperor desired to bring the entire world under Allegan dominion, an ambition that ultimately went unfulfilled. Having been granted a second chance, he was determined to succeed. Realizing that he needed more power to wage his war of conquest, Zandi turned his sights toward a forbidden source, darkness. In order to learn how to harness this power, he converted the Crystal Tower into a restricted research facility. Darkness again? Seven hells! What is it with megalomaniacal rulers turning to darkness in their lust for powers? Well, at least this one won't be bothering us, being thousands of years dead and all. Would that you were right, Master Garland. Alas, Emperor Zandi is very much alive. Within Circus Tower he still abides, his ambition burning all the more ardently for his empire's collapse. Wielding the power of darkness requires prodigious amounts of energy. Energy that not even the Crystal Tower could produce. In order to augment the shortfall, Dalamud was created and launched into the heavens. On high it hung, gathering the sun's energy and channeling it to the tower below. However, a miscalculation resulted in a surge of energy that escaped into the land. This triggered an earthquake of unprecedented violence, the calamity that ushered in the Fourth Umbral Era. In the blinking of an eye, the mighty Allagan Empire was laid to waste. Yet even as the Crystal Tower was sinking into the earth, the technologist Amon, now Emperor Zandi's closest aide, invoked powerful magics and halted the flow of time. Every soul within the structure, the Emperor included, was placed in a deep slumber. In that state they were to remain until the time was ripe to awaken. Eras came and went. After millennia lying dormant, Dalamud was summoned back to the earth. Its descent triggered the Seventh Umbral Calamity, in the wake of which the Crystal Tower re-emerged. At that moment, Emperor Zandi awakened. In his lust for power, the Emperor consorted with darkness and was seduced by its corrupting influence. Even though his empire is now little more than a fading memory, he will stop at nothing to see his ambition realized. "'Tis for no other purpose but to put an end to Zandi's madness that we exist. This is the mantle we have inherited from our namesake, the true Unai and Doga. Fearing what might befall the world, the two of them sought to thwart their emperor. They gave unto us their will, that we might carry on their mission should they fail. When we came to our senses within the Crystal Tower, we deliberated a course of action, concluding that we alone could not overcome Zandi. We struck out to find a worthy ally. It has taken years, but our search is finally over. 'Tis no ordinary woman who can cut a path through the labyrinth of the ancients. With you as our champion, Morrighan, we are confident that we can end Zandi's dark ambition once and for all." "Well, that'll teach me for speaking too soon. Setting my chagrin aside, I see now why you knew about the students of Baldessian, among a host of other things. You were observing our investigation the whole time. So what will we do, Morrighan? The world's in grave danger again, and it just so happens you're an expert at saving it." "Let's do it." "You have our eternal gratitude. Together, let us see the Allagan Empire's dark past laid to rest." "It has been our mission to recover the long-lost knowledge of the Allagan civilization. But what worth is that knowledge if it means subjecting the realm to peril? Truth be told, it pains me to think that the tower's secrets may become lost to us, but the greater good must ever come first. Besides, no quantity of ancient relics can compare to our friends Unai and Doga, living, breathing Allagans. And so I hereby declare a change in Noah's objective. Henceforth, we shall direct all efforts towards sealing off Circus Tower. Its dark secrets must never know the light of day. Morrighan, as you did for us with the Labyrinth of the Ancients, I would have you enter the structure and eliminate hostile elements. Suffice it to say, this includes Emperor Zandi himself. Meanwhile, the rest of us shall examine ways to isolate Circus Tower from the outside world. To work, then! Aye. And my lunch is done, so I'm gonna go grab that after this cutscene. And bring it back in here, and eat while we run Circus Tower. Or wait for Circus Tower to spawn. Not spawn, to queue up. Wait, there is something I must know. My right eye is like yours. Does this mean? You inherited the trait from your father, you said. Know that clones are unable to bear offspring. You have no cause for concern. The Allegan Eye, you called it, but to us it is the Royal Eye, owing to the fact that the trait manifests only in those possessed of royal blood. I cannot well explain why the eye runs in your line, but I am disinclined to think it a coincidence. Though you are doubtless impatient to learn the truth, pray have patience. All will be revealed in due time. Okay, well, before we do the next cutscene, I'll be right back. Again, I know, I'm sorry. Alright, we are back. Hopefully, for a while anyway. Let's discuss your identity crisis, Graha. My apologies if I've given you cause to worry. I am quite well, I assure you. As you can appreciate, there has been much for me to think on. But now is the time for action, not idle thoughts. Circus Tower awaits us. Your task is to eliminate all hostile elements within the structure, Zandy himself included. This will afford us the chance to seal off the facility. May the crystal grant you strength. Well, I could have done that cutscene before I went and got food. Okay. I'm going here first. Okay, equip that. There we go, that gets me up to 90, so I'll be able to run the last one now. Alright, back to Costa del Sol. Oh, sweet siren of the sands, my Makot muse, why have you forsaken me? Titan's Bane! I mean, Morrighan, what brings you to my humble resort? Flamine, you mean to tell me the goddess made flesh who dwelt among us until so very recently was the songstress of Ul'dah, Yad's woman? If I had known that, I would have chained her to my bedpost and never let her leave. Oh, for shame, to think that she now plies her trade for the riffraff off to the west, or wherever she said she was going. It's a tragedy, I say. A tragedy. West, is it? Thank you, Master Gegaruju. Your information will serve us well. That said, there are any number of places she could be. I shall begin my search by the docks and see if any witnesses have some knowledge to spare. I would be most appreciative if you could travel on to Wineport and do the same. Yeah, I can do that, Master Alf, you know. There's 2 people to talk to in Wineport to gather information. Okay, okay. Let's do this then. Not nearly as long of a wait. Well, first time ever tanking this. But this is also the one I'm probably most familiar with. because I've ran it so many times. Alright, we're Alliance A. We got 3 warriors for tanks. Yeah, that ancient flare kind of hurt, but not too bad. Come on. How people always forget about these is beyond me. Hey Matt, how you doing? It's going pretty well. I am tanking the Crystal Tower, so it's going great. And I'm trying to main tank everything. No, give it here. You're mine, come this way. Yeah. What about you? How's your day been? I'm hoping work was good. You got bit hard today by a kid? Dang! It's not something you hear about in, you know, typical lines of work. He left quite the mark. Just having a super rough day, yeah. I mean, I would assume that's probably the case. Oh, come here, you. You're mine. Bring them all together, people, so we can AoE him down. Dragon's mine. Come back here. Yeah, no, absolutely. Rimworld DLC day! Hell yeah, dude. This means, though, you gotta go back to, like, vanilla Rimworld, right? Come here. That is going to be a little weird for sure. See normal old Rimworld. Yeah, I have already done all the OG primals hard. We got those out of the way where we were like doing the fetch quest portion of the Crystal Tower. Well, okay, so we did Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda. Because we haven't gotten far enough in to, you know, fight Leviathan and Shiva and Ramu. I feel like this is too close. Like, this isn't gonna work. It's not far enough away. I think we're gonna wipe here. Nope, I will have to grind for the extreme primal mounts again. Okay, so it wasn't too close. Good. I was genuinely worried that it was. But, I don't know if I'm going to worry that much about the extreme mounts on these until, unlike my side characters, until I'm in endgame and have nothing else to do. Well, someone else pulled. Absolute darkness draws nigh. Something, something, something. Give me Zandy. Should I provoke him? We'll provoke him on this next one. I'm gonna steal my aggro. I'll annoy whoever's currently main tanking. Provoke! You're mine! Yes, you are. That's right. Yay. Because I would have main tanked him if I wouldn't have been in a cutscene. Oh, that hurt! I gotta remember mitigation after the provoke. Oh, I'm dying. I am very low on health. You think you're supposed to pop mitigation for tank busters? I think you're right. Listen, I just wanted to make sure our healers had something to do during this. GG! Life is a circus. Because I'm a warrior. Warrior don't need no heals. Hydrate. Got my water. I appreciate it, Matt. I'm sure you saw a new thing that is possible to be redeemed if you have enough points. Morrighan! You did it! You defeated Emperor Zandi! You're saving up for that puke green. Ah, empires may rise and fall, but man's indefatigable spirit ever lives on. Truly, you are the champion we had hoped for, Morrighan. With Emperor Zandi now at eternal rest, his dark legacy may be undone. What are you playing at now, Nero? In case you haven't noticed, Garland, these are dangerous surrounds. Can a man be faulted for exercising due caution? At any rate, you needn't mind me. I am perfectly capable of looking after myself. Go on and finish what you came to do. There are two ways that we may seal off Circus Tower. Either isolate it from the outside world, or cripple its ability to produce energy. Thanks for the lurk, Matt. The choice of method is yours to make. Before you proceed, however, Dogga and I must needs attend to a task. That distortion, what is it? The power that Zandi sought to obtain comes from the void. The world of darkness, our people called it. And the true nature of that power was none other than the armies of Voidsent. Voidsent feed on ether, as you may already know, and no plane is richer in it than ours. In exchange for their allegiance, Zandi entered into an unholy covenant. He would open a gate through which the Voidsent could freely enter our world. The covenant, I'm afraid to say, is still in effect. However, being of the Emperor's lineage, Unai and I believe we can annul it. By his blood, Zandi sealed his dark pact. By our blood, it shall be undone. It is time. Yes, Dogga. Finally, we may fulfill our purpose. Oh, be still, my beating heart. For a moment I feared that this outing would end in disappointment. But my readings were not mistaken. Not even the Ultima weapon compares to this. What are you going on about? The Covenant is everlasting. Sorry, I tried to mute. And so Mericidia is brought into the fold. Soon, all the world shall be united under Allagan rule. And yet, with every dream that becomes reality, the memory of death grows ever more vivid. An endless void, bereft of light and warmth. Though I may have defeated death, it did not leave me unscathed. Nay, its ravening claws have scarred my soul for eternity. Never shall I know peace. Beings without will, you cannot fathom my rage, my melancholy, my fear. What worth is wealth and power, when all must inevitably be consigned to nothingness? If man has nothing, he need not know the pain of loss. So let there be nothing. Harvest more power, that the gate may be thrown full open. Let the cloud of darkness come and engulf the world, devouring all life, hopes, and dreams. Let all be returned to nothingness. Morrighan, pull yourself together. Is there no end to them? What in the seven hells is happening? Ah, not now, damn it. Sid stopped that attack with his oven mitt. And then gets hit by 3 blasts of fire. Aggressive. Nero, were they part of your grand plan too? Save your jokes, Garland. I didn't put up with your arrogant face to play with worthless clones. Something controls them, a void scent, and no ordinary one at that. Doga! Confound it! Without them, there's no way to master the darkness. That power is mine! Nero! The Covenant will be honored. I am the cloud of darkness. I shall devour your light and return this world to the void. Damn it! The rift is gone. What are we supposed to do now? As much as it pains me to leave without them, there's precious little we can do. Let us return to find and consult Rambros. Speak with Rambros. Shoop, 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 shoop. Whoop, whoop. All this happened within the tower. Gods preserve. The rift that manifested before the throne was a void gate. Of this I am certain. There exists myriad kinds of void scent. The more powerful the being, the larger the gate must be for it to pass through. 'Twould seem that Xandi sought to open a gate of unprecedented proportions, one that would allow this cloud of darkness entry into our world. Fortunately for all mankind, he did not succeed. I shudder to imagine what the void scent is capable of. However dreadful it may be, we cannot abandon our friends. Is there no way to save them? I will not lie to you, Master Garland. The situation is bleak. Though void scent can enter our world, instances of men entering the void have never been documented. It pains me to give voice to my fears, but we do not even know whether our friend's still alive. Damn it! I feel so helpless. No. I refuse to give up. We must save Doga and Unai. We share the same eye. 'Tis true, but that is not what motivates me. Above all, I wish to help them to fulfill their mission. A mission whose burden they have borne for thousands of years. And besides, we cannot leave matters as they are. So long as Xandi's dark covenant is binding, our world is in danger. 'Tis our duty to prevent the worst from coming to pass. Raha, ever since meeting Unai and Doga, you have not quite been yourself. Tell me true, is all well with your eye? I honestly cannot say. I know only that there is a memory that I must recall. As a child, my father told me that the truth of our eye rests with Alec. The answer eludes me still, but one day I will find it. I am with Graha. However slim the odds, we must try to save Unai and Doga. Aye, and that bastard Nero as well, if only to make certain that he won't make any more mischief. You have the right of it. Though we have known them but briefly, Doga and Unai are our comrades. We cannot fail them. Modders are unreal. Like 20 of the mods usually run are already updated? Damn! So it's not going to be vanilla RimWorld. I don't know what that one said. I skipped that one. Whoops. Yet know that it may be a while before we are ready to act. I would ask that you all be patient. When dealing with the void, one cannot be cautious enough. My thanks again for your assistance. Pray rest now while you can, for when the time comes to go after our friends, you must be at no less than full strength. We'll save them yet, Morrighan. Mark my words. Vanilla Plus. Isn't that actually the name of one of the mods? Or like Vanilla Expanded, RimWorld Expanded, something like that? Ah, Morrighan, it is good you are come. I have news you must be made aware of. Vanilla Expanded, yeah. Alas, none of it bodes well for us, nor for Unai, Doga, and Nero imprisoned in the Dark Realm. Think back upon our last foray into Circus Tower, if you will. The calamity stirred the place from its long slumber and awoke Emperor Xandi. But you, Morrighan, ensured he was laid to rest permanently. Yet the Emperor had sealed a binding covenant with the terrible void scent known as the Cloud of Darkness. Even as Doga and Unai labored to annul this contract, the entity reached through a rift and dragged the pair of them and Nero into our realm, out of our realm. Since that day, Noah has devoted itself to rescuing Unai, Doga, and Nero from beyond the rift. Our research, however, has exposed a far more dire problem. The Crystal Tower still acts upon Emperor Zandi's orders and collects energy to open another void gate even as we speak. Indeed, the place nigh hums with energy. Sounds good, Matt. Have a good one. I appreciate you hanging out while you could. We have done all we can to stop the Imperial Edict, but to no avail. Just as the gate would open only for Unai and Doga, so too will the tower heed only those with the royal blood of Allag. 'Tis a most galling design. Granted, this was not always so vexatious. According to the Allagan tombstone Nero presented us, during the golden age of Allag, the royalty had some means of bestowing their blood upon others. If they hadn't such a technology, Amon and his underlings could never have controlled the Crystal Tower. But we do not have either this art or any with royal blood. Every moment we wait, a vast rift through which the Cloud of Darkness can enter our realm threatens to open. Such a disaster cannot be allowed to come to pass. We must seal the Crystal Tower and annul Zandi's covenant with the Dark Realm. If only breaking the ladder would suffice, but then what of the energy building in the Crystal Tower? Without suppression, that power could discharge and cause a calamity like to the one that destroyed Allag. In truth, we have more than just 3 lost compatriots to worry about. If we do not act, our very world will fall before the might of this threat. We know but one way out of this predicament. Rescue those who can control the tower from beyond the Dark Realm and seal the rift shut after them. And mercifully, not all our news is quite so bleak. 'Tis true we cannot stop the Void Gate from manifesting within the tower, but this can be to our benefit. We can use Circus Tower's power for our own purposes and create a portal to carry us into the Dark Realm. We have heard this is possible from a man of the Thaumaturge's Guild, well versed in otherworldly matters. And with Master Garland working to create said portal, the final preparations are well underway. Ah, and here comes the man himself. Morrighan, just the woman we need. Yes, our fellowship is indeed complete, and all parties privy to our strategy. And you, Master Garland, how fare your endeavors? Quite well. The device is nearly ready. Though attaching the damnable thing to Circus Tower took every ounce of ingenuity the ironworks has got, but it should produce the energy we need. With just a little more fine-tuning, we can open a rift. I'm here to request your presence at the tower. I'll leave Biggs and Wedge at the 8 Sentinels as guides. And do hurry, Morrighan. I'm sure you wouldn't miss another chance to save the world, would you? Well, Sid certainly seems to have a firm hand on the helm. Shall we make our way to the Crystal Tower? Every time I get on my mount, I jump to fly, and I can't. Morrighan, I'll bet you're here to watch us pry open a rift between worlds, eh? We're almost ready. Circus Tower is full of engineers scurrying around and making adjustments. We're dealing with a lot of power, and if a single coupling's off, well, boom. But it should be fine, really. Anyway, you'd best wait at the top. The chief's there overseeing the whole operation. My friends, you've arrived. Well, I'm just waiting for my engineers to give the signal. Then we'll see if we can't open a gateway to another world. Is there something amiss, Graha? Ah, Emperor Zandi's throne. How the mighty have fallen, eh? Once it stood as a symbol of Alleg's art and power. Now it's nothing more than an empty chair. Just imagine if Allegan civilization had lived on, and a just emperor still sat on that throne. How different would our history be? How much further would we have advanced? Unfortunately, there was no stopping Zandi and his ambition. There were those who tried. Zandi's war of dominion left no one unscathed. Unable to abide the horrors inflicted upon the people, warriors young and brave took up the sword against Alleg. These men and women became as beacons of hope to those who had suffered, not unlike the warriors of light in our age. But all this merely hastened the destruction. Just as they moved towards Alleg's heart for the kill, Zandi lashed out in anger and frustration, as trapped beasts are wont to do. In his desperation, Zandi desired that a great rift be opened to hasten the cloud of darkness's coming. To this end, he commanded the sun's power held within Dalamud be emptied into Circus Tower at once. Whoops, I skipped one, my bad. The fourth umbral calamity. I'd learned of its cause from Unai and Doga. I had no idea that rebellion incited Zandi to rashness, though. Your knowledge of Allegan history is astounding, Graha. Why a man could study for 2 lifetimes and learn only half of what you know now? Mayhap. 'Tis strange, though. I cannot seem to remember where I learned such things. Yes? Ah, Biggs, are you ready? Ready and raring to open that void gate, Chief. We reckon when this machine's up and running, she'll be able to float 5 airships the size of the Agrius, so just give us the word and we'll start channeling energy into the tower. Good, then let's get started. Our preparations are complete. Everyone, step away from the throne. Alright, let's see what this machine can do. Now, Biggs. Ah, a rift to the world of darkness, as Unai called it. Splendid work, Master Garland. We can't break out the mead just yet. The tough part's still ahead. We've broken into the Dark Realm, but the gate's not all that stable. It won't stay open forever, and only a few can use it. I, for one, will remain here to ensure the Void Gate stays open. As will the sons of Saint Koinak, this rift is our sole path to salvation. If it closes, we are all truly lost. Which leaves Morrighan, my friend. 'Tis a heavy burden I must task you with, but there are none more able. Pray lead the adventurers beyond the rift. I do not know what awaits you, save the cloud of darkness, and our 3 comrades, but you must go, for the fate of our world now rests upon your shoulders. This is our only gambit, but I have every faith you will succeed. It will be no small feat to return after you have passed beyond the rift. Make certain you are prepared before leaving. Might I have a moment of your time, Morrighan? There is a matter of import we must needs discuss ere you leave. Morrighan, I wish to speak to you about my eye. As you are no doubt aware, 'tis a trait seen only amongst Allagan royalty. Long I have pondered why such is my inheritance. The sanguine hue must have some bearing upon my destiny. This much Doga himself admitted, but what? In truth, the more I learn of the Crystal Tower, the less I am myself. Somehow meeting those 2 clones has wrought great change in me. I am consumed with remembering something ancient but ever so important. And my father's words echo in my mind, the selfsame ones his father told him. The truth of our eye rests with Alleg. Mayhap that I wish to remember, and these words are related. Mayhap not. But I know I must learn the truth that history hides from me. I would see this journey, our journey, through to the very end with mine own 2 eyes. So I implore you, allow me to join you beyond the rift. You have my thanks, my friend. Now, let us venture into the world of darkness, to save our comrades and our realm. Boom. The world of darkness, now accessible. How is my gear? Alright, nothing's low. Average wait time of 11 minutes. Okay, well then while that starts to queue, I'm gonna go to the bathroom super quick. And we're back. Okay. To Wineport. where we will continue MSQ questing. Well, if it isn't Morrighan, the savior of Wineport, to what do we owe the pleasure? Ah yes, we did receive a customer matching that description. She was a delight to behold, to give the woman her due, but her perfume was so ghastly, I had no choice but to eject her from the premises. Interfering with tastings, you understand. If she is your quarry, why not consult your blind associate? His olfactory perception is without peer. Given that I could smell the woman from a mile away, I dare say he could smell her from 10. Well, that just seems a little rude. Saying she's stinky? Eh, you want to know if I've seen a Macote lass by the name of Flamen? I wish. I haven't seen a lass of any description for far too bloody long. Excepting yourself, of course. Shamani Lomani. I see you've had many grand adventures since last we spoke, Morrighan. You must share them with me sometime. The girl from a little while ago. One does not forget a perfume like that. So robust and intoxicating, yet simultaneously familiar. Reminiscent of a bloom native to these parts, in fact. Well, thank you, Bridget. I do think my axe looks very nice. I said as much when we spoke. She complimented my powers of observation and asked me where she might find some of the flowers. So I told her to follow the road south into Raincatcher Gully and then head east after crossing the second bridge. The flowers which grow in the shade of the cliff have the strongest scent, you see. If you make haste, you may yet find her there. Okay. Ahory Goobu. I am in your debt, stranger. I did not realize my activities had aroused the Goobu's ire until it was too late. Their oils can be used to make a perfume, you see, and Flamine? I don't... Who are you? Whom do you serve? It appears you've already found our woman. Consider me impressed, my friend. The songstress of Ul'dah, I presume. Minfilia, or should I say, Asilia, is looking for you. Asilia? You are the very picture of health, my lady, yet the world thinks you dead. I can only conclude that this was by design. The question is, why? Not everyone who endeavors to find me does so with the best intentions, child. You will be pleased to know that I fully intended to reveal myself to Minfilia when the time is right. Oh, well, that does please me. More than you know. But tell me, sojourns in the forests of La Noscea aside, when exactly will the time be right? When I deem it so. Do you imagine I traveled all this way on a whim? As I was telling your associate prior to your intrusion, I came here to harvest these flowers for use in a perfume. Does that satisfy your curiosity, or would you interrogate me further? My apologies for the interruption. Anyway, now that we all have that which we came for, might we continue this conversation in a safer locale? Wineport, say? bum bum ba 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 bum. Ba 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 bum. Ba 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 bum. Ba 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 bum. Ba 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 dum. Da da da. Da 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 da. That's right, I'm humming Halo. What of it? Alfino, my boy. This is not at all how I had envisioned it. I can scarce begin to imagine what emotions will go through Minfilia's heart when she reunites with her mother after all these years. Thramine has made her peace. You say my daughter awaits us in Vesper Bay, yes? I have kept her waiting long enough. Let us be off on the next ferry. I can finish fashioning the perfume along the way. Understood. Come with me. It would be my pleasure to escort you to the Waking Sands. And with that, we start the World of Darkness. As long as one healer and 2 DPS agree. As long as 2 DPS agree. As long as one more DPS agrees. Oh, come on. Come on. Ba-do-ba-do. Oh, come on. Third tries a charm. Come on. Come on. There we go. I've never tanked this one either. Now, which alliance am I a part of? Alliance A. Bridget, Morrighan doesn't have any issues with Graha. Oh, this is gonna be hell, though. Because people keep leaving. Yep. But we didn't end up wiping, so... Go. Honestly, the hardest fights are out of the way now. Well, should Alliance B let their tank die, I am ready to pick up the slack. How did both our healers go down? Like, what did I miss? Because I don't see any ads. Shit. Oops. Alright. Now, for Cerberus. Because Cerberus can be a tough fight. We're Alliance A, which means we pick up any of the ads. If you're Alliance B, you get eaten by Cerberus. If you're Alliance C, you handle the chains. In theory. So realistically, it should be C's tank that tanks Cerberus. Cerberus is no longer fettered. Where's the wolf spit? Farther this way, buddy. I think I did my job very well there. I won't lie. Alright, we got Cerberus fettered. Oh god. There was not a safe spot to stand there. G, freaking G, y'all. Let's get to the final boss. The cloud of darkness. Who disturbs the gloom? Ah, mortals from the realm. I am the cloud of darkness. What I do not smother, I devour. What I cannot devour, I destroy. The covenant is everlasting. All mortals before the flood of darkness will fill the void. Or something like that. go! GG. The world of darkness complete. I received a player commendation. I'll take that. Where in the seven hells are they? Without them to stem the energy in the tower, our defeat of the cloud aids our cause little. Doga! Unai! Can you hear me? Nero! Must you be so infernally loud? Are you so keen to attract more void scent? Though I don't blame you for missing my company. Thank the 12. Are you all right? As all right as can be expected, Unai has simply passed out. Nero, by the gods, what's happened to you? Alas, his wounds were too deep and allowed this foul place entry into his body. Now, the darkness claws at the ether of his very form. Would that we could have protected him. The cloud of darkness was bound by Zandi's unholy covenant to bring prosperity to Allagan royalty. The same blood that sealed this contract gives us a measure of protection. I say a measure, for this vow does not protect us from other void scent. The cloud imprisoned us here precisely to unleash fiends upon us. We would be dead had Nero not defended us so valiantly. Mistake not my actions for kindness. I have use for you yet in Eorzea, and simply couldn't let harm befall you here. Where? Unai, you are safe. Our friends have come for us. Have they? Then perhaps, Doga, there is hope. There is yet hope we may fulfill our purpose. Mortals, you have dared to challenge me and now must feel my wrath. Did you think to destroy me in my realm? Here I am eternal. I will smother your light and entomb your bones amongst my shadows. Are we truly so powerless here? As long as we fight the cloud in this realm, I fear so. And yet, though we may not be able to destroy it, this may be our chance to stop it. If we strike now whilst the cloud can barely hold her form, mayhap we can sever Zandi's covenant. Yes, and raise the bridge between the crystal tower and this foul place once and for all. Morrighan, Graha, you must flee. You and Doga mean to stay here? 'Tis madness. You must return with us. No one but you can save the world from the threat of the crystal tower. What is this trickery? Your blood! You too gain protection from Zandy's blood! Grahatia, you are possessed of royal blood. That is why the royal eye runs in your line. 'Tis a gift you have inherited, Graha. You have been granted authority over the Crystal Tower. I had thought time would consume all of Alig that was. That a man should still live with his forebear's blood in this age can be no coincidence. Some person must have planted this gift in your line and used the highest of Allegan technology to do so. True, the Crystal Tower is not like to recognize you as Allegan, not as you are now, but your royal eye bespeaks a simple truth. Within you dwells one feeble glitter that will illuminate all, the light of hope. But how should I use this light? Pray, tell me. You must gain control of the Crystal Tower. We will share our blood with you, Graha. Though its effects will be but ephemeral, it will bolster the Allegan presence within you. This is our gift to you, that you may fulfill your destiny. All with the royal eye are bound by fate to Allig. Our part in this journey is to bury Zandy's dark ambitions in the past. This was the true Unai and Doga's purpose, one we have carried into the future. Know that as long as this light of hope survives in you, our souls will still remain, even if our bodies are lost. He now has 2 red eyes. He is the Red Eyes White Graha. You must leave us as well, Nero. I am sorry we could not live up to your expectations. I must return to you what is yours, though. You dropped it whilst defending us. What you seek by this instrument may not be possible, Nero, but do not give up. There are many other paths that await you. Of course they do. Doga, Unai, I thank you. We shall never forget you. Now, Morrighan, Nero, let us quit this place. You shall not escape me, impudent children of light. No, you shall not escape us. Here, Zandy's blood-stained dreams of glory end. There, the glint of light. It grows faint. Then the bridge between realms grows fragile by the Covenant's annulment. If that light dies, we are stranded here. Hurry! Nero, no! You must move! Leave me! I don't need you. If I die here, it'll be because I bloody well decided to. I failed to master darkness. I'll not suffer watching a green boy master the tower. Do what you will with it, but remember me, son of Allig. I am Nero Tolskeva, the man who will yet outdo Allig and Garland. That was what you hoped to? May the Crystal Tower, again, be a beacon of hope for mankind. Go, damn you! Must move onwards. This is not where I come to rest. But how did... So those damn clones did it after all. Now, onwards! Ah! You owe me, Nero. The hells I do. You are returned unharmed. Thank the gods. Best scene between them yet. That's fair. When that void gate started to close, I had never felt so powerless in all my life. When we were running about like madmen trying to keep the gate open, and then the chief actually went and dived in, but if you're all Well, where are Unai and Doga? They're not. They stayed behind to end the covenant. I see. I will miss the two of them dearly, but I am happy they fulfilled their purpose. We who live on must still attend to the Crystal Tower, though we now have no one able to seal it. That is not true, my friend. Unai and Doga have entrusted me with their blood. I can now control the Crystal Tower. Graha! Yes, I could see it in your eyes. Good. Then let us put an end to this, and seal away the tower. I understand your instinct, Rambros, but please, give us a moment to rest. I am weary to the bone, and Nero and Morrighan are both emerged from long battle. Of course, of course. You have the right of it. Come, we shall leave this place for a spell and repair to St. Coinac's Find. No one but you could have succeeded in the world of darkness, Morrighan. Would that I could have been of more use beyond the rift. As it stands, I was but a vessel for Doga and Unai's blood. Have I remembered what I wished to? Yes. Something has come back to me. Gaining royal blood and witnessing true bravery has reminded me of my forebear's dearest wish. But we need not speak of these things now. It was not my place to keep you. Pray go on ahead of me. There is something small I would do before I return. I could not have asked for a better comrade. If only I could have been a part of your adventures for longer, Morrighan. Alas, fate dictates I have a different role to play. A wish, hidden for millennia, and brought to light by the good people of Noah. Now, finally 'tis my time to see it realized. We're going to finish up this quest, and I think there's one more after that's just like a short little scene, basically. And then that'll be that. And we succeeded in doing what I wanted to accomplish for my first part of the Astral era. I wanted to get all of these required quests out of the way so that we could essentially just do story for the next parts. And not have the story get too interrupted by having to like go and do side quests. And well, I say side quests, but I mean they are mandatory, but they're mandatory side quests. I cannot express how glad I am you returned safely, Morrighan, and with the means to dispel the threat of the Crystal Tower for good. Rest, if you will, and then let us free ourselves from the specter of the Alligans. With a look of finality upon him, Rambros blah blah blah. I trust you have rested, my friend. Good. I wish to seal the tower now, but there is something we must do first. Let me summon the others and hear in full what happened beyond the rift. So the Allagan eye that runs in G'raha's line does mean the royal blood flows in his veins. I suppose it is not so odd to think his forebears gained it via ancient technology. But who imbued his family with the blood, and for what purpose? Mayhap all this was fate, from discovering the tower to G'raha gaining Nunai and Doga's blood. Has G'raha said anything? For that matter, where is G'raha? And what of Nero? I'm not sure about our resident historian, but Nero left the tower with me. Where he vanished to since, I cannot say. But knowing him as I do, I don't believe he'll scheme against us for the time being, though he is still Nero. Morrighan, you say G'raha stayed behind at the Crystal Tower. I wonder if he even now prepares to seal the place off. Master Rambros! Master Rambros! 'Tis G'raha Tias, sir. He came into the Crystal Tower and began ordering researchers out. What? Why would he do such a thing? I do not know, sir, but he was quite insistent. He all but bodily forced me out of the gates. I suppose it's possible he told one of the others, but I wasted no time in finding out. I thought it best to hasten here and ask your guidance. Very well. Let us go and speak with these researchers and get to the bottom of this queer business. Master Garland, Morrighan, please come with me. No doubt G'raha means to seal off the Crystal Tower, but it worries me that he did not breathe a word of his plan to us. Quest accepted. Once more. What in the world was G'raha Tia thinking, demanding we leave the tower? No doubt you want to know why. I wish I knew that myself. Of course, he would tell me nothing, but he will be honest with you, miss. I am certain of it. Go no further, my friends. The doors will close ere long. So you are of a mind to seal the tower, G'raha? I know time is of the essence, but all I ask is a hint of your plan. Please come here so we can discuss this. No, my apologies, but I cannot. Come, man, what is this nonsense? If aught is amiss, surely we can help. Not this time, my friend. Just as Unai and Dogga fulfilled their destiny, so too must I fulfill mine. My blood has awakened me to this fact. As my father told me, the truth was always lain with Allag, or rather, 'twas there the wish I must grant was born. You see, not all the world perished in Zandi's calamity. Survivors stood amidst the ruins of Allag, looking to the Crystal Tower, but it was nowhere to be seen. Yet they hoped its spires would again dominate the land, and prayed that the Crystal Tower would be a beacon of hope to people everywhere. Word of this soon reached the only member of Allag's royalty to outlive the Empire, the Princess Selena. Selena was moved by the people's dearest wish. She used the very best of Allag's technology to give her blood and memories to he whom she trusted most. That man was my forebearer. For millennia we waited. Allag's art and ingenuity faded. Our royal blood grew thin. But before the last drop could vanish from the realm, the memory of all has returned to me. And now I must fulfill the wish of the ancients. The tower will shine forth as a new beacon of hope. Graha, the Crystal Tower's strength poses too great a threat to Eorzea now. We would need technology as advanced as Allag's to use it correctly. As things stand, we barely understand the tower's workings. Hells, we may never fully comprehend them. 'Tis as you say, Cid. We could wait for someone, someday, to reach the same heights as Allag, but by then we will have lost the royal blood and the means to control the tower. But what if I do as Amon did, and put the tower into a deep sleep? What? You cannot mean that! I am deadly serious, Cid. The tower may only be used once men rival the Allagans in knowledge. I will slumber within Circus Tower until then, to greet those with the means to open the gates. Then I will guide them, and thus will the tower shine forth as the beacon of hope it was meant to be. 'Tis the only way to make the wishes of the ancients come true. The future is where my destiny awaits. But yours lies outside of these doors. Go! Create a future where hope reigns, and the tragedies of the past are but memories. No one but you can accomplish such things. Nothing we say will make you change your mind, will it? Onwards to a brighter future. It won't be easy, of course, but that's exactly why we'll do it. We'll catch up with Allag, just you wait. We'll cover all that ground lost before you even know it. Well said, Wedge. It'll only be a few years before we come knocking, Graha. Then you're in for a rude awakening. You shall be witness to Noah's accomplishments. Pray keep alive our successes, and forgive us our failures. And may we meet again, my friend. The 12 keep you till then, Rambros. I look forward to learning of your exploits. And you, Morrighan. I know history will remember you. No doubt your heroism will be the star by which I chart my course when I awake. Well, now I must rest. Recalling so much has put me in the mood for sleep. Farewell, my friends. I eagerly await a future born of your courage and the ancients' wish. Just when you had started liking him. Yep, he is forever gone. Maybe one day they'll return to this. The crystal tower slumbers again. 'Tis quiet for my taste. Goodbye, Sid. I must put all this at my back. Possibility beckons, and I am bound to follow. A new dawn has come for me. Let's go report to Rambros and turn this in. Oh, you can't... You have just missed Sid, Morrighan. There is much that needs his attention, if he is to fulfill G'raha's wishes, it seems. But this is not the end of Noah, no matter how lonely St. Koinak's find has become for our friend's departure. We must all walk in different directions now. Remember that we labor for a brighter future, lit by G'raha's beacon. Sealing the Crystal Tower was but the first step. Farewell, my friend. May our paths cross again. Well, everybody, I want to thank you all for hanging out. I had a fun time today. I hope you all did as well. I'm just trying to get over here to the crystal real quick. There we go. And I think right now what we're going to do is... Let me exit game there so that I can move this stuff around. And come over here. We're going to raid someone. We're going to raid Buddy Matt. Okay. But thank you all for hanging out. I will be back Monday, probably with Metal Gear Solid 2. We're going to do some VR missions. Yeah, hopefully we'll actually raid Matt this time and not some random person. Because that was embarrassing. But yeah, Monday, same time as always. Metal Gear Solid 2 VR missions. Probably. I don't know. I might call an audible. I might play more 14 because I'm really liking the story. But I'll see you all then. Have a good weekend. Have a safe weekend. And let's /raid Dr. Shrew. The raid is being created.